coverage. All right, so at this time, the attorneys for the parties are going to have an opportunity to make their opening statements, as indicated, in which they may explain to you the issues in the case and summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. After all the evidence has been received, the attorneys will again have an opportunity to address you and make their final arguments. Again, the statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they may later make are not to be considered by you as evidence, but you should not read that as that you shouldn't pay close attention, because their opening statements are very, very important in terms of telling you what they intend to proceed with and present. So I do ask that you listen to them very, very close attention. At this time, is the state ready to present its opening arguments? All right, you may proceed, Ms. Coakley.
Morning, everyone. Over the course of this week, you're going to hear a lot and get to know a lot about the life of Ronan Ferriter. He goes by Ty, and today he is 16 years old. But this case starts, and really the focus of what his life was like is how his life was in end of December 2021 and January of 2022, when he was just 14 years old. This morning, you're going to learn that on January 28th, 2022, he ran away from home. He lived in Jupiter, Florida at that time with his parents, the defendant, Tim Ferriter, and his mom, Tracy Ferriter. You're going to hear that Ronan was adopted as a child, as a small child, a toddler age, from Vietnam, and he had lived with the Ferriters since that time. He was the second of their 4 children. He has an older sister named Fiona, who you're also going to get to hear from at this during this trial, a younger sister named Nola, and a much younger little brother named Pierce, who was about 3 years old when all of this happened. And in January of 2022, he was a student at Independence Middle School and 14 years old. You're going to hear on the 28th, he ran away from home. He was reported missing to the Jupiter Police Department, and that's where this case starts. You're going to hear from Jupiter Police Department officers who are going to tell you that they took the report of a missing child and that he didn't come home on the next day, on the 29th, and he also still was not located on the 30th. They went back to the Ferriter residence to find out if there was new information. Had he come home? Was there any leads? The day he left was a Friday, still wasn't there on Saturday. And on Sunday, Detective Sharp from the Jupiter Police Department went into the Ferriter home with Tracy Ferriter. You're going to hear it's at that point that for the very first time, he learned about how Ronan was living, about what his living situation was like at home with his parents. He's going to tell you that he was shown the house, and the first thing that stood out to him was that the child who they were looking for didn't have a place to sleep in the main house. There wasn't a bedroom for him. There weren't his items of clothes. There weren't his toys inside of the house. Instead, there was a structure, a small room box-like structure that was constructed in the garage that didn't have any windows. It had a box spring and a mattress, a bucket in the corner, and a desk. You're going to hear that at that point, the child still wasn't found, and so Detective Sharp left and continued the investigation. And the next day, which is Monday, January 31st, Ronan shows up at his school. And there he is made secure, made safe by the Jupiter Police Department. And that's when the criminal investigation really starts, after they had the opportunity to speak to him. You're going to hear that as part of the investigation, during that initial walkthrough of the room, Detective Sharp realized that that small cell-like room had a ring camera in the corner to observe the occupant of the room. And so as part of his investigation, he served a search warrant to the Ring Corporation to see if they had maintained any videos. And you're going to get the opportunity to see and hear that evidence that was returned from the Ring Corporation, because that Ring camera captured moment after moment of Ronan's life in that room. You're going to hear over and over and over again, that door locking and unlocking, because the evidence is going to show that that room was not a room that Ronan could come and go from as he pleased. He was locked inside from the outside over and over again. You're also going to see that he did not have the ability to control things like the lights in that room, that the only way that those lights could be controlled was outside the room. And so you're going to see him sitting in the dark in a windowless room for hours at a time. And we're not just talking from 10 p.m. till 7 o'clock in the morning overnight. You're going to see that even during the day, there are times in which his parents, the defendant and his wife, would turn off that light and leave their 14-year-old son locked in a room in the dark, alone, isolated. You're also going to get to observe and hear the anger and the derision, the physical altercations that this defendant has with his child on the Ring camera, physical intimidation, and the threats of violence. You're also going to see Ronan having to use that bucket, having to pee in the bucket, because for hours overnight, he did not have access or the opportunity to go to the bathroom. And the only option for him was to pee in the bucket. And then you're going to see the next morning when that occurred, that this defendant would tell him, clean out the bucket, make sure the neighbors don't see you doing that. Because this treatment, his life, was kind of a secret thing. And you're going to hear that it's not the state's case, and it's not the evidence in this case that he was kept in there 24 hours a day. He went to school. There were times where he was outside of the room with his family. There was times where he was shoveling shells for his father for hours at a time. But for long periods of time, for mass majority of this child's life, in that period in Jupiter, Florida, he's in that room, isolated, alone, without autonomy, without privacy, without stimulation, sometimes with only a single book to read over and over again. As part of the evidence in this case, you're going to hear that the defendants are charged with that 4-week period, that 4 to 6 week period, because the family moved to Jupiter, Florida in December of 2021, mid-December, kind of a week or two before Christmas. And this all happens at the end of January. So we're talking about 6 weeks when they are in Palm Beach County, Florida. And so that's the charged time period. That's the criminal conduct that we're talking about. But the state expects that you're going to hear evidence about Ronan's life before the family moved to Florida, when they lived in Arizona. We expect that you're going to hear testimony about a very similar, nearly identical room that the family constructed for him in Arizona, in which he had been residing in since he was 11 years old. You're going to hear that that room had no access to a bathroom, no control of the lights, no freedom of movement, that he was recorded, and that he was locked in from the outside with only a bucket to go to the bathroom. The charges in this case are aggravated child abuse, child neglect, and false imprisonment. And at the end of this trial, Judge Coates is going to read you instructions about what the law is for child abuse in the state of Florida. And you're going to hear that there's child abuse and there's aggravated child abuse. Aggravated child abuse occurs when a defendant engages in malicious punishment of a child, willful torture, or the willful caging of a child. And those are in the alternative, meaning it could be any of them. And child abuse in the state of Florida means the intentional act that causes physical or mental harm, or conduct that is likely to cause physical or mental harm. So that doesn't mean that there actually has to be harm. It's just that it's likely to cause harm, that they engaged in an act that is likely to harm a child. To help you understand what the harm is here and how this conduct is criminal, the state is going to call a Dr. Wade Meyer. Dr. Meyer is a child psychiatrist. He's affiliated with Brown University, and he's going to tell you the impact that this kind of treatment has on a child, that it's humiliating, isolating, cruel, and malicious. He's going to tell you that it will cause harm to any child, but it will certainly cause harm. That harm could be exacerbated if that child already has a behavioral issue or has trauma. And you're going to hear about some of that in this case. It's true, and Ronan will admit that there are times that he did not follow the rules, that he made mistakes, and that he did things that his parents punished him for. But you're going to hear that in no circumstance is this a protective punishment for any child. And in particular, for a child who may have issues with trauma or a behavioral issue, that this is the worst possible thing that a parent could do. It is the exact opposite of any recommended treatment, of any therapeutic purpose, or anything that would lead to a productive response from a child. Instead, Dr. Myers would tell you that it would increase the likelihood of behavioral issues. Because when you isolate a child like this, when you humiliate them, when you basically put them in solitary confinement for large portions of the day, that has a negative mental impact. At the end of this trial, Judge Coates will instruct you on the law, but I want to be very clear on a couple of things. The state here does not have to prove that every moment of its day they were committing a crime against Ronan Ferriter. We don't have to prove that there are no moments when he was let out of the room. That's not the state's case, and that's not what Dr. Myers is going to say is necessary to cause harm. We also don't have to prove, and you're not going to hear, that there's any kind of legal defense or special standard for a child that has behavioral issues. That if
Overruled.
the law, you're going to hear from Judge Coates. The law you're going to hear from Judge Coates is not going to be that there's any kind of affirmative defense or that there's any different standard just because a child has behavioral issues. We're here today because of the actions of Tim Ferriter towards his son. They were ongoing, they were intentional, and they were criminal. And so at the end of this trial, after you have heard all of the evidence, all of the testimony and the law from Judge Coates, we're going to ask you for the only verdict that is supported by the evidence and the law. And that's a verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Coakley. Is defense ready for an opening? Ms. Murad, you're going to handle it? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is a parent's responsibility to make tough choices. Tough choices to protect their child, tough choices to protect their other children, and tough choices to protect the community. And that is what Tim Ferriter did. He was faced with an impossible situation. And he made tough choices to protect Ronan, or Ty, is what we will call him throughout this trial, from himself, from the other children in his home, and from the community. You only have to make one determination in this case, and that is whether or not Tim Ferriter had the criminal intent necessary. That's it. Did he or did he not have the criminal intent? And that will be your guiding question throughout this case. This case is not about whether or not Tim Ferriter made the right choice, because I will be the first to tell you, the defense will be the first to tell you that he did not. But what it is about is the difficulty of parenting. right? Because bad parenting does not make somebody a criminal. Bad parenting does not mean that a person should be charged with a crime. It makes them human. It makes them a parent who is trying to figure out, when faced with a child, as you'll hear throughout the trial, who has consistent and escalating behavioral issues, how to handle them. You will learn more throughout the trial, but I want to try in these next few minutes to share with you what that relationship looked like. In 2009, Tim Ferriter and his wife Tracy took the very long flight to Vietnam to adopt their first son, Ty. At that point, him and his wife Tracy had spent some time in the Honduras, and so they were really motivated to adopt. And the first child that they adopted, Fiona, who you will hear from in this trial, is Chinese. And after they had Fiona, they were really excited to adopt again. And they wanted her to have a sibling that was culturally close to her. While they were waiting for Ty to get the news that they were going to be able to adopt from Vietnam, they had their first biological child, Nola. And within just a few years, they go from this young couple to a little family. They have 3 little babies. And this is really the first iteration of that family before Pierce comes along several years later. Tim and Tracy love these children.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
They did everything that they could when they were young. Karate, softball, soccer. Ty was in track. He loved Legos. They got him science posters and galaxies. So he had a periodic table of elements and stuff about galaxies in his room because those were his interests. But what we don't know is how our stories will be written. We don't know where our children are going to end up. And as parents, all you can do is try to raise children who make good choices, who are going to be productive members of the community, and hope that that works. And unfortunately for Ronan, it just couldn't. Later in this week, you will hear from a seasoned psychologist, Dr. Sheila Rappa. Dr. Rappa is well respected as a forensic psychologist. She's routinely hired by the state attorney's office. She is routinely court appointed to conduct psychological evaluations in this county, to give opinions about psychiatric or psychological expertise. And her specific experience is working with children like Ty. And so that's what makes her uniquely qualified to speak with you about the records that she's reviewed and the patterns of behavior that she noticed. Ty underwent a neurological examination. And what it shows, and as Dr. Rappa will explain to you, is that neuropsychological evaluation showed elevated levels of a lack of inhibition and clinically elevated levels of a lack of emotional regulation. And as Dr. Rappa will explain to you, these elevated levels are associated with early life brain development, usually when someone's a baby, pre-verbal, or even in utero. And that makes sense because Dr. Rappa reviewed records, early childhood records of Ty. And what they show is that he had malnourishment, he was not well taken care of when he was dropped off at the orphanage and while he was there. We can't know his exact medical history because his biological mother just left him at the orphanage, but the records that Dr. Rappa has reviewed over the course of Ty's life, in addition to some of the depositions taken in this case, other records, they will show you that, for very much lack of a better term, Ty is wired this way. It is a function of brain development. And it's why the Ferriters continued to see patterns of behavior that would not stop. I want to take you through some of those patterns. Since he was a kid, Ronan had aggressive outbursts and tantrums.
Overruled for purposes of open.
His parents regularly received emails of him fighting at school, punching other kids, using profanity. Tim and Tracy moved Ronan. Well, let me start with this. He was at a school with his sister Nola, where he pretended that a teacher asked him to make an announcement in class. So he was in a different class. He goes into Nola's class and says, "Oh, the teacher asked me to make an announcement." He has his sister stand up and humiliates her in front of the entire class, saying that she's a horrible person. And it was so disturbing to the teacher who was present, who you'll hear from throughout this trial, that she had to report it. Tim and Tracy moved Ronan to an accelerated private school in hopes that the challenging work would engage him. It was sort of a math and science type school, so they thought that that would help him stop. It did not. He stood up in class at that school and asked if the Holocaust was a good thing. He was accused of telling a student that they should get aborted. He got up in class and said that immigrants are more likely to be drug dealers. He brought a screwdriver to class and was waving it in someone's face. He stole another student's laptop, hacked into it, and looked up women getting run over by trains.
Sustained.
And he pretended to be a tutor to a friend of his.
Sustained.
And that happened while he was in
Counsel
marriage.
approach.
I can't believe she just kept on and on and on and on.
I can't believe I forgot to put the bacon on this.
Oh, I can't remember, Jerry. Let me look that up. I remember when this happened, like a year ago, maybe. I don't know. I always think everything was a year ago. Might have been longer. Yeah, I'm anxious to see what all they did to try to help this child not. They're definitely not going to listen, though. Good morning, Tough as Nails. They're professional people, him and his wife, though.
All right, Ms. Murad, you may continue.
I'll look those up real quick.
Ty also pretended to be a tutor to one of his friends and then stole her father's credit card and utilized it.
Overruled as to that.
Thank you, Judge. This is just a handful of the consistent,
Morning, Jonathan.
escalating behaviors Ronan continued to engage in. And he himself will tell you, as the state said in their opening, that he knows that things are wrong, and he continues to do them. He knows that there are consequences, and he continues to do them. And all this time, Tim and Tracy are racking their brains trying to figure out what will change Ronan's behaviors, because they have an entire family here, right? These kids go to school, they have their own activities, they have a toddler at one point. They have to be able to get through the day-to-day of just being an adult and having a family, be able to send their child to school safely, knowing that other children will remain safe. So they try to get him into activities to kind of take out his energy. And when they see that's not working, they do counseling. They give him the medications that he's prescribed. They try to help him sleep at night because he keeps wandering the house. They cut sugar from his diet on the recommendation of a pediatrician, that maybe that'll help his behavior, and that'll make him less impulsive. This family is going from place to place to place, from appointment to appointment, trying to figure out how to get this child actual help, how to get a diagnosis, and how to get medication that will change his behavior. And as we discussed in voir dire together, what they found was a revolving door of doctors and therapists, and no one was able to offer them the help that they needed. You will see that Tim tried to curtail Ronan's behavior when nothing else worked, and there will be some videos of that. It's not always going to look pretty, just as it doesn't look pretty in real life when a parent gets mad at their kid. Particularly a child, and you must remember when you see the videos, particularly a child who for years and years and years is continuing to engage in these behaviors, who will not stop. In 2019, while living
Morning,
in
Beck.
Havasu, Arizona, Tracy and Tim had their last and youngest child, Pierce. And at that point, they are fearful. Ty, Nola, and Fiona are a little bit older. They're about 10, 11 years old. And Pierce is coming in as an infant. And at this point, Ronan had been hurting other kids at school. He had been engaging in dangerous behaviors. He's walking around at night, and they did not know if an infant could be safe with Ronan in the house. And that is when they made the decision, while he lived inside their home in Arizona, this is not in the garage, this is in a house, to put a lock on his door. And that was not for the purpose of keeping him locked inside at all times. It was not for the purpose of even punishment. It was for the purpose of monitoring him when they couldn't. Because unfortunately, they're in a situation where they cannot leave this child unattended. There has to be somebody constantly watching him, and they cannot do that as two working adults. You'll hear that Ronan or Ty participated in activities. He went to school. You'll see videos of him around the house. And he will tell you himself that the door was not always locked. But they did use it when he couldn't be supervised. Once Pierce was born, they needed a baby room. So they built a room in the Arizona house in the garage for Ty. It had a bed, it had a desk, it had Legos. You'll hear from witnesses who actually saw that room. And Ronan showed it to them. Ty took them in and said, hey, look at my room, and showed them all the toys that he had and the books that he had in the room in Arizona. So right before Christmas of 2021, that's when we get to sort of the time relevant in this case. The Ferriters moved back to Jupiter, where they lived many, many years ago when the kids were young. And they decided to build a similar room for Ronan. It had the bed, desk, books, and toys. You'll see videos of him in his room. He's reading. He's talking to his friends. He has Legos there. He is not allowed to have technology in his room alone because that's not something that they felt was safe, but he had other types of activities. He did have like a school Chromebook that was provided by the school. You'll see him FaceTiming with a friend of his. He had posters up on the wall that he when he got angry, ripped down himself. That's why the walls will look bare. Both the room in Arizona and the one in Florida had one very big design flaw, and that is that it did not include a bathroom. And this means that Ronan, at night when he was in the room and couldn't be supervised, had to use a bucket for the bathroom if he needed to use the bathroom. During the day, he was permitted to move about the house freely, and he could utilize the bathroom in the house itself. And I'm going to be very honest with you. You're going to see him use the bathroom in that bucket a handful of times over this 4 to 5 week period. He's a kid, so he's not waking up and using the bathroom all the time like probably all of us are. And so he uses it a few times, and it's not going to look pretty. But what you have to remember throughout this case, right, is that this was not some big secret life like the state is presenting. These people went to doctors. They went to therapists. The schools were emailing them back and forth about Ronan's behavior. They had family members and friends see the room in Arizona. In Florida, they were only here for about 4 weeks right before Christmas, and then school started. So this is not some sort of secret life that they had for Ronan. Everybody knew that Ty had behavioral issues. Everybody knew that Tim and Tracy were trying to get a diagnosis so that he could get appropriate help, and it never happened. As you review the evidence in this case, you have to remember that the issue at hand is not whether or not Tim Ferriter is a great dad. It is not whether Tim Ferriter did what you would have done, and it's not even if Tim Ferriter did the right thing, because our own expert, Dr. Rappa, will say that he did not, and that those actions could have been damaging to the child. That does not make his actions a crime. The singular question in this case is whether or not there was criminal intent. Because what Tim did not do is have his child arrested, not one time. What he did not do is undergo a failed adoption proceeding where you essentially return a child back to the Department of Children and Families.
Sustained.
He paid.
Sustained.
Okay.
No need to approach. I sustain the objection.
He paid for private schools so that Ty could have activities that he was engaged in. But he had to make tough choices to protect his son, to protect the other kids in his home, and to protect the community from a child who was already showing, a screwdriver in class, hitting other kids. He had to do that. And though he didn't handle it correctly, his intentions were not criminal. Dr. Rappa will testify, based on her extensive experience and review of the records, that what she sees in this case is not malicious. That what she sees in this case is actually very common for parents with children who have such extensive behavioral issues that are hard to sort of diagnose and pinpoint. At the end of this trial, I'm going to come back up here after what I expect to be about a week of evidence. And I'm going to ask you to really listen to what Ty says, even in his own testimony. And that you consider what it's like, and that you consider how a parent has to act in these situations. The difficulty that Tim Ferriter experienced over and over and over again. The help that he attempted to give his child over and over and over again. I'm going to ask that you find him.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murad. Ms. Coakley, stay ready to call its first witness.
DC 14. Yeah, this woman just really, oh my God. I cannot with her. Sustain means you shut
You're doing the
F
direct,
up.
Ms. Black? Okay.
Ugh. Yeah, when you have a child with special needs, you just take care of those. Maybe someone has to stay home from work, or you got to change something. You don't fucking lock them up and let them. God, this is gross.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Morning, M. Wit.
All right, Ms. Black, you may begin at your convenience.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Officer Ryan Kolenich, Kolenich.
Where do you work?
The town of Jupiter,
How long have you worked there?
approximately 8.5 years.
And what's your role?
Patrol.
Okay, patrol what?
Patrol officer.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
The entirety of my 8.5 years.
Okay. And do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do.
Where?
As a patrol officer in the state of Ohio,
How long did you do that for?
approximately 5 years.
Now, as your role now, what kind of training and experience do you have?
I am a field training officer, and I'm on the emergency field force team.
And what do you do as a field training officer?
I oversee and guide new officers.
Now, every year, do you have to do any continuing education?
Yes, every year I complete my required annual training with the police department.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to January 28th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
I do.
And were you working that day?
Yes.
What was your capacity that day?
Road patrol.
Now, where did you first respond?
For like the address,
Yes.
we went to an address in Egret Landing, I believe.
Is that in Jupiter, Florida?
Yes,
In Palm Beach County?
it is.
Now, what were you responding in reference to?
A missing juvenile.
Who did you make contact with when you first arrived?
The missing juvenile's mother.
And what was her name?
I believe it was Tracy.
Okay. Now, at this point, when you arrive, are you with anybody else?
Myself, I was with my training officer, Officer Picard, but no, just Tracy herself.
And you guys arrived there via patrol car?
Correct.
When you first get there, what do you do?
Made contact with the mother at the home
And where did you make contact with her?
at the front door.
Did you ever go inside?
No.
So you had a conversation with her outside that house.
Yes.
What was the point of having that conversation with her?
Fact finding, information gathering, so I could relay the information that I was given to responding officers to check for the missing juvenile.
Now, did she ever give a description of that juvenile?
Overruled.
Did she give you a description?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And what was done with that description?
We relay that information over the air to officers that are checking the area for the missing juvenile. And it's later typically used for like a BOLO of some nature to put out to other surrounding agencies.
Okay, so you mentioned BOLO. What is BOLO?
It's just like a memo or a transmission to be on the lookout for a certain item, whether it be a person, vehicle, property of some nature that's sent to officers, not only on my shift that I work with and other surrounding agencies.
Now, when you spoke to the mother, how is her demeanor like?
You'd have to ask me. I'm not sure what kind of answer you look for. It just she wanted to locate her child, I guess. I'm not sure as far as the demeanor. I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever make contact with the father, Mr. Ferriter?
No.
Now, after speaking with Ms. Ferriter, did you go to any other location?
I personally did not. Other officers did.
Okay. And do you know where the other officers had gone?
Yeah, they went to check surrounding areas. I believe that she relayed to me as far as like a local church, local parks, and just major thoroughfares throughout the town.
So at the end of January 28th, 2022, did you ever locate that child?
I did not.
1 minute, Your Honor.
I don't know why this guy's even up there. He doesn't know shit. And yes, Jerry, I think both of these parents,
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Wahid.
my recollection is they really think that people are going to agree that they,
Morning.
had to do this shit.
It was Tracy Ferriter who called the police, correct?
They're disgusting.
Correct.
And your the efforts that JPD made thereafter were essentially looking for a runaway child, correct?
I can't speak to thereafter. I'm not. I don't know what happened thereafter. As far as just on scene with myself is all I can. That's all I can explain to you.
Correct. So
Oh, this guy's a dumbass.
based upon the information you received
Wow.
the day you met with Tracy Ferriter, you essentially began a search for a child, correct?
Yes.
Who had run away from home, correct?
Yes.
No, I don't believe people will. That's the thing,
You-
though. That's how
You were provided with possible places he may have
Crazy
gone,
they are.
correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned a church, correct?
Yes.
You also mentioned local parks, correct?
Yes.
And you weren't involved with actually searching any of those locations yourself, correct?
Correct.
One moment. Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wahid. Any redirect, Ms. Black? All right, is this witness excused? Yes. All right, sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here. State, call your next witness.
At this time, the state will call officer, actually, it's Miss Collins right now.
that was worthless as tits on a boar hog. What the hell did he tell anybody? I learned that if I call 911, I hope that guy doesn't show up. I know, frazzled. I know. He was rescued. That's exactly right. Well, they moved across the country and built a new box. So
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Ms. Black, you may begin at your convenience.
Good morning, Ms. Collins. How are you?
Good morning, I'm well. How are you?
Could you please state your name for the record, spelling your last name?
Sally Collins, Collins.
Where do you currently work?
I work for a law firm in Port St. Lucie, St. Clair Law Offices.
What do you do there?
I'm a bookkeeper.
Now, back in January of 2022, did you have a different occupation?
I did.
Where did you work then?
I was a police officer for the Jupiter Police Department.
How long were you a police officer?
19 and a half years.
Now, during those 19 and a half years, did you stay in the same role?
Yes.
And what was
most
that?
of the time. For about 6 years, I did recruiting and background investigation, new hire officers. For the rest of my time, I was road patrol.
Now, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am.
And what kind of training and experience did you have as a road patrol officer?
I did the initial 6-month academy at Palm Beach Community. It was Palm Beach Community College now. It's Palm Beach State College. And after that, I did our in-house training. I took different interviewing techniques and all those kind of basic courses that we do throughout our careers, in-house and at other locations.
So I'm going to turn your attention to January 29th of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And in what capacity were you working?
I was working road patrol and I was assigned to District 2.
And was anybody with you?
Officer Chad Smith was also assigned to District 2.
Now, at any point during that day, did you become aware about a missing juvenile investigation? Would looking at your report refresh your recollection?
Yeah, would you mind if I looked at my report? And you said January 29th?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I gotta get readers. On the 29th, my sergeant had said that there had been a report of a missing juvenile taken the night prior, so I guess the 28th.
Yes.
And so on the 29th, I believe he said something to the effect of, it's a teenager that went missing, reported by the school as missing. If you could follow up with the parents and see if he's returned home. You might want to wait until later in the day to see if he's gone to school and has come home after school, something like that.
Okay. So at this point, it is January 29th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. And after receiving this information, what do you do with that?
I'm referring to my notes here on the call. I initiated a call. Normally what we do when we're called for service is there's a call generated. If it's something that we decide we're going to go and do on our own, we can pull an event number and then tag that to the location and put our notes in that, what we did.
So at this point, who are you trying to make contact with?
I was trying to make contact with either Mr. or Mrs. Ferriter.
Okay. And did you eventually make contact with either of them?
I made contact with Tracy.
Okay.
And my note says she advised that Rowan has not yet returned and she would call the police department with any updates. And my note says, but she didn't seem overly concerned as he's done this before.
Now, is it typical for you to follow up when children are missing?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you do something like that?
Road patrol is sometimes very responsive. And so if you're going call to call to call, it might wait a few hours, or it might be something that you accomplish first thing when you get to work is to follow up with something.
Did you ever hear back from Ms. Ferriter on the 29th?
The next day, when I reported for duty, my shift started at 5:30 in the morning.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're now talking about January 30th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So what did you do that day?
That was a Saturday. And so my sergeant had said, hey, night shift didn't report that he came back. So at some point, can you go to the house or check in with them again and see what the status is and see whether this child is returned.
Okay. So at that point, what do you do?
So I spoke with Officer Smith, who is routinely assigned to District 2. And I said, hey, I want to go out to the house and see if we can get a hold of them because it's being a Saturday morning. Maybe he's returned. Maybe they've heard from him, something. Let's just go to the house.
Now, when you went to the house, did you notice any cars in the driveway?
I don't believe there were any cars in the driveway. We looked at the property. It didn't look like anybody was home. It was quiet. We did knock at the door several times. Again, it was quiet, didn't appear to be anybody home. There was a chain link fence that ran down the side of the property. We kind of looked over that to see if we could see any movement, see anybody home. It's not unusual that people keep their cars in their garage. And so we didn't know if anybody was home. Repeated knocking, walking around the house, nobody came out.
Okay. So at that point, you notice that nobody's answering the door. What is your next step?
So again, I said, well, let's call her because I spoke to her yesterday. Let me call her again and see if we find anything out, see if he's returned home or, maybe they just haven't told us yet that he's back.
And did she let you know that he had not returned home?
Yeah. So I placed a call to her and I actually, my body worn camera had been activated while we were out there. And because, sorry, this is a little backstory, but we don't get assigned cell phones. So we have to use our personal cell phones. I don't like to use my personal cell phone to call people I don't know because then they'd have my number. So I called dispatch and said, can you put me on a recorded line and can you record the conversation? Can you patch me through to her? So I gave dispatch her phone number. They called her and she answered that phone call.
Now, without going into details of the actual phone call with her, did she let you know that he had not been found yet?
That's correct.
Okay. And did, after you were at that residence, after you spoke with her, what else did you do?
So while I spoke with her, Seemed to be a normal conversation. I was asking, would they be home? Where were they? Are they coming home soon? She indicated that her husband was with one daughter at some sporting events in Jupiter, and that she was with their daughter at Jupiter High School for band practice or something to do with the band, and that it wasn't convenient for them to come home.
Now, did you ever at any point go to the house later that day?
No.
Your Honor, what minute?
Granted.
No further questions.
All right, Cross.
Yeah, you said that you were told that the husband was in Florida at the baseball game on that day. This is on the what, the 29th?
The 30th.
The 30th.
Yeah, which was
Okay.
a Saturday.
Do you know subsequently that that's incorrect, that he was in fact in Ireland during this entire time?
No.
Okay, so that was information that you noted it somewhere? Did you write that down?
It's written down that made contact with Tracy and she advised nobody is home. One daughter is at Jupiter High School with band and one at JCC with sports.
Okay, so nowhere in there does it say that Tim Ferriter is with any of the children in Florida on that day, correct? It does not say that.
It does not say that.
Okay, so it's possible you're incorrect when you testified that Tim Ferriter was in fact with a child that day in Florida, correct?
Could you repeat that?
It's very possible because you said on direct that Tim Ferriter was told by you, sorry, Tracy Ferriter told you that Tim Ferriter was with one of the children that day at a softball game. And your notes don't reflect that. In fact, do they? There's nothing in your notes that say that.
Softball. It said sports. I also haven't had a chance. I retired from the Jupiter Police Department in February, a month after this event. I haven't had a chance to review my body-worn camera, so I can't tell you as I sit here whether she specifically said she's at the game with her father or not. But at no point did anybody say to me he's in Ireland. He's not in the country.
Is it very possible that Tracy Ferriter did not tell you that Tim Ferriter was with any of the children that day?
Without listening to my BWC and reading what's here, it's possible.
May I take a quick look at that note you're looking at?
What the hell is going on here? These cops are going to completely screw this up. Is this what's happening? Good morning, Natalie. No, this is a police officer that doesn't seem to know her ass from a hole. What the hell is wrong with these people? Oh my Lord.
One daughter at JHS with band and one at JCC with sports.
So why'd you say the dad was there?
Counsel, you need to, if you're going to speak, you need to, you have to be at a mic or you won't get picked up.
Oh my Lanta. Good morning, Four Frogs. I'm glad you're home.
Yes, sir.
Hope you're feeling well. Wow, this is going to blow my mind if these police officers are this damn stupid. Maybe he is going to get by with this shit. Oh, I can't.
Nowhere on this report, though, does it say that Tim Ferriter is with the child. It says where one child is and where the other child is. It doesn't say the father is with any of the children.
You're correct.
Okay. So when you're saying that Tracy Ferriter is telling you that Tim Ferriter is with one of the children, that isn't in your notes.
You're correct.
Okay. I have no other questions.
Any redirect? Is this witness excused? All right, ma'am, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here.
Wow, and what
All right, so
Some
our next witness-
DC likes when I cuss. But oh
Who's
my
approach?
goodness. I just can't believe what's happening on here. I mean, we're an hour into this and I really thought I was going to not handle the defense the way she won't listen. But these police officers, I don't have any reason, no idea why they were why they're even being witnesses. And you know, the funny thing, or not funny, when she says, well, I retired right after this. Well, okay, but you weren't retired that day. So go into this whole diatribe about not wanting to call strangers. What kind of horseshit is all that? Wow. This is weird. Plus, you know, I thought that they discuss things with the witnesses before they get them on stand and have them say bullshit like this.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, at this time, it's about noontime, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. I usually try to go to 1:30, but because of logistics with some witnesses, it'll be between 12 and 12:30, as I told you. In any event, we're going to break for lunch now. Today, I'm going to give you a little bit longer than you should probably expect throughout the remainder of the week. You'll have from now until 1:25. I want you meeting with Mark out at the elevators at 1:25 for a 1:30 sharp start time on the afternoon session. Remember, and I know I'll say this to you until you're sick of hearing it during the break of the recess, make sure you don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Do any kind of research or investigation. And also, as I've said before, make sure you're not inadvertently exposed to any type of media exposure to this case. Other than that, have lunch, relax, and I'll see you back in about an hour and a half. All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess until 1:30.
Wow, so 1:30, that's a while. Let me see here. Oh, I wonder, oh yeah, you know what? They'll probably tell us more right here. Because witnesses are screwing. Yeah, I'm afraid that they probably are screwing this up. I don't know how you go into some ordeal about how you retired after that. That doesn't mean anything. So what? Oh, good job, Jack. So, if the police don't have any idea what happened here, then I don't know what the hell we're going to do about that. That's not going to go well. I do think, though, that Yeah, Melinda, I agree. I agree. It does. Yeah, no, I understand that, but you didn't lock him up in a box, right? Where he had to go potty in a bucket. I assume that's not what happened. See, that's just it. A lot of kids need, extra care, certain things, but you just have to do that then, whatever it is that they need. No, I do know that they had somebody come, and I don't know if it was it wasn't internet. They had a contractor come and do this. So I'm pretty sure he will be on the stand, from my understanding, what he was told to, how to set this up. But I don't, I also don't get the whole garage thing, like why, it was just pretty clear that like they didn't want the kid around, is the way I see it. I don't know how else you can see that, because lock them up in a box in a room. Let me see if I can find pictures. I know I've seen pictures of it. Let me see. Oh shoot. Okay, good. Here. I think I'm gonna show a picture of it. So that's his wife there. But let me see. Yeah, I don't know who's. Oh, okay, this is somebody else. Let me see. I saw the box. This looks like they're. Sorry. Tracy and Tim Ferriter are a Florida couple who are accused of repeatedly locking their teenage son in what witnesses describe as a very strange room in the family garage. Caging a child. That's really wild. I don't have my mouse. Thousands of videos were obtained which show him being repeatedly locked inside of his room daily, the affidavit says. In court, their defense attorney argued the boy may have had an attachment disorder with his parents. They were released on $50,000 and can't have contact with their 4 children, according to the television station. Okay, let me find something else to show us more. Okay, let's look at this one. This was a year ago, but this will get us.
Children, including one who they adopted. That adopted child was reported missing. When he was found, he made some jaw-dropping allegations against his parents that he was kept inside an 8x8 box inside the garage of their $1 million home. Inside that box, a box spring, a camera, a desk, and a bucket. The Ferriters have now been charged with aggravated child abuse, and tonight we take a look inside their world to try to understand why this family and why these parents would build a box in the garage for one of their children.
Thanks so much for joining us tonight here on Closing.
Did you hear he said box spring? He didn't say mattress. He said box spring. Okay. Wow.
Arguments, and this story is one that has you scratching your heads. But I want to begin with talking about being a parent. And those of us who are parents like me, I've been doing this for like 30 years of parenting. It's not easy. We know it's not an easy job. It's a labor of love. You do anything and everything you can to help your children, to protect your children, to give them a chance, right? But there are challenges along the way. And for some parents, those challenges are everyday challenges. You know, your child skins her knee. You know, your child breaks up with their girlfriend, or is having trouble, didn't make the team, whatever it is. You know, stumped with their homework, struggling with math or geometry, whatever it is. I mean, those are the everyday challenges that we all have that are not easy. But if you have a child that has some level of a special need, whether it's a mental issue, a physical issue, it gets even more challenging. And I think we all appreciate and absolutely understand that. But there is something, though, if you have money, I think the more money you have, the more solutions you have to some of these challenges and problems. I mean, money helps. It absolutely does. It gives you an opportunity to address whatever.
They're not IMWIT. I guess my understanding is at least 2 of them are natural children. I believe they adopted 2 and they had 2 kids.
Those issues are, and get help wherever it's needed, whether it's a tutor or if it's a counselor, whatever it is you need. If you have the money, it gives you an opportunity to find those solutions, a better opportunity. to get the help that you need. Because sometimes as a parent, you can't do it yourselves. You need that outside help. Now, let's get to Tracy and Timothy Ferriter, who we're going to talk about this hour. From my perspective, they have the means. They have the means to deal with these challenges that some people may not have. They're successful. They are living a life that gives them some level of flexibility and the ability to say, hey, if we need help with our children, maybe we can get someone to help us. You know, if it costs us money, well, we've got the means to do that. So let's reach out and get whatever help we need for that child. And this hour, we're going to focus on what was going on down in Jupiter, Florida, where inside their garage was this box, a wooden box for one of their children. And I think there's just one really big question that we want to answer here. Why? Why would you ever think the solution to your problem is building a box in your garage in South Florida and putting a child in it, you know, with a bed, a desk, a camera, and a bucket? Why would that ever be the solution to whatever you are dealing with or trying to handle here? And that's what this hour, we're going to try to figure it out. We've got people who know a lot about this story who will be with us tonight. We also have a statement from the Ferriter's attorney tonight that may shed some light on that question. Why? Why would
They are, I think right here, we are going to see that box. It is a room, and they actually had somebody come and build it. I mean, that's the gross part. Yeah, they put money to, you know, they put money towards a room, a box, but they didn't put the kind of money towards trying to actually give the boys some help. I don't know. It's pretty gross.
Would you ever do that? Now, for a little more background on this case, Ryan Hughes from our great affiliate WPTV has more on this story tonight.
Natalie, he ran away.
Inside the quiet Egret Landing community in Jupiter, down the tree-lined streets and at the end of a cul-de-sac, police say sits a house of horror.
This was despicable and shouldn't happen.
Inside this garage, Jupiter police say a 14-year-old boy was forced to live in an 8-by-8-foot box with a mattress, a camera, and a bucket used to go to the bathroom. Meals were brought to him, but he was only allowed out, police say, to attend school.
Everybody's watching out for each other. So I'm really surprised something like this went unnoticed.
But police tell us the teen has been physically abused and confined to the small space since at least 2017. Today, his adopted parents, Tracy and Timothy Ferriter, in court, now charged with aggravated child abuse and false imprisonment.
I came outside yesterday and seen all the cops and stuff, but like I didn't think it was something like that. I thought it was like maybe they got in a fight.
Jupiter police say they first came to the home after the boy was reported missing by his mom a week and a half ago. 2 days later, officers went back, and once allowed inside, they spotted the small room with a deadbolt on the door. The boy was later found at his school and interviewed. Police executed a search warrant on the camera mounted over the mattress and say thousands of videos were found of the boy locked inside. In court, the couple's attorney argued the teen may have been abused because he has an attachment disorder with his parents.
It makes my heart go out to that boy, and I hope he's able to find the support he needs.
Okay, joining us now in West Palm Beach, Florida, a journalist with the Palm Beach Post who was at a hearing today for the Ferriters. Catherine Kokel is with us. Catherine, thank you so much for joining us tonight. You're doing incredible work in covering this story. I wanted to start first for our viewers watching tonight. Can you set the scene for us a little bit about this home, this family, who was living in this house, and what exactly did they find inside that garage?
Absolutely, and thanks for having me. Timothy and Tracy Ferriter lived in Jupiter and Palm Beach Gardens, both in South Florida from 2004 through 2017. In 2017, they moved out to Tucson, Arizona, and came back here to Jupiter earlier this year, late 20.
Hearing a lot of contradictions here. We heard Lake Havasu earlier in Arizona and now Tucson. Anyway, I don't know. And then I did hear him say box spring. Now they say mattress. I don't know, but those are two different things. I don't know about anybody laying on a box spring ever. That's going to really piss me off. I don't know. The whole thing's wrong.
21, early 2022. They were arrested February 8th, and the events that led up to their arrest started when their 14-year-old teenager ran away on January 28th. They were missing for 3 days, and they were found on the grounds of their local Independence Middle School on January 31st. That was when Jupiter police kind of learned the extent of the alleged child abuse in their home. Tracy and Timothy Ferriter were both born in 1975. They have 4 children. The 14-year-old teenager we know was adopted. We don't know the circumstances under which that child was adopted because those records are sealed. But Tracy told police in Arizona that the child was adopted around 2 years old. So we know that the child's been a part of the family for a long time. And we also know from the parents and their attorney that they've had some escalating behavioral issues. And so the Ferriters constructed in December a room in their garage. It was made out of drywall. It had a wall air conditioning unit, a light up top with a doorbell camera that was mounted on the ceiling. It was an 8 by 8 foot room in their garage where the teenager told police they were kept up to 18 hours a day. We believe that this was done as a punishment, but the Ferriters didn't live in Jupiter long before their arrest. We know that they moved back in late 2021, maybe in December, and they were arrested February 8th. So they built this structure right after Christmas, and then the children, all 4 children that the family has, are now in custody of the state.
So 4 children. Do we know the ages of the children in the household?
Not publicly, no. That information hasn't been made public.
And do we know if they're younger or older than the 14-year-old adopted child?
We know that the teenager is the eldest of the 4 children. They also have a young toddler and then 2 children in between them.
And how about for those of us, well, I've been down there, but for people who haven't been down to Jupiter, I mean, this is a nice community.
Absolutely. Egret Landing is not gated. There are many gated communities in Jupiter. Egret Landing is not one of them, but it's an area that's better known for travel sports bumper stickers.
I lived very close to there. It's a very, very nice area. Very high end. Yeah, I think they probably do that. Well, they don't even come off as being nurturing at all. I mean, even in their demeanor, and then clearly they weren't. He wasn't allowed to be part of the family. And look, so he runs away and hangs out at the school. Look at, this is not a teenager trying to be rebellious. How sad. It is so disgusting. It makes me sick. And he thinks it's defensible. I mean, wow.
And children's swings outside homes. I live in the area. It's a place where people walk their dogs. They go on runs. It's just a very normal, affluent suburb of West Palm Beach. So it's known for being quiet, for being serene. Kids play outside. There's a community pool and there are community tennis courts. It's a place where people really feel like a community.
And you mentioned that it was the Ferriters actually are the first ones to call police or law enforcement because the adopted teenager actually ran away. So they're the ones who sort of brought law enforcement to their home?
That's correct. Tracy Ferriter reported the teenager missing on January 28th. And so that call kind of precipitated the events that led up to their arrest a week later. She called saying that they didn't come home from school that day. The teen was in trouble at Independence Middle School the day before. And so Tracy thought that might have something to do with why they ran away. But police came back to the house twice over the next 2 days before they finally found the child at the middle school. When they did, Tracy didn't want to let them in at the beginning. Police reports show that she didn't want to let investigators into the house to look around. Oftentimes, officers will look at a child's belongings, look for clues of where they may have gone. She originally said that she didn't want to let police into her home because her husband wasn't there. He was out of town. But they did talk her into letting them inside just to take a look around. And that is when they discovered the 8x8 foot room in the garage. She originally said that the 8x8 room was constructed as an office for her husband, but then she told officers through a conversation that sometimes the teenager who was then missing would use that room. It is worth noting that the room only locked from the outside. So if the child was inside and the door was locked behind them, they couldn't have gotten out of the room.
And it
But I looked at the mom pic and I don't like. Right. No, I know, Jerry. That's why I'm saying they don't even come off. They don't even look like. Okay, I found one of the box. Hold on a second. I'm going to go over there. Okay, this is the one I thought I had earlier, but
Normal suburban family. Timothy and Tracy Ferriter, a mother and father, both working to provide the best life for their 4 children, living in the affluent town of Jupiter, Florida, in a wonderful community. A nice large house with a 2-car garage, but only one car could fit inside because of what else was in that garage. An 8x8 wooden box with a mattress, a camera, and a bucket. Investigators say that is where the Ferriters locked up their teenaged adopted son for hours at a time. The Ferriters have now been charged with aggravated child abuse. Tonight, we take a look inside the garage to see the box the child was allegedly locked in, as we speak with the man hired to build it and the crew hired to demolish it after the Ferriters were arrested.
sorry, guys. This is what I thought we were going to watch earlier.
There they are, Tracy and Timothy Ferriter. Again, they've explained why their adopted son was in the box. It was because he had some problems, some mental problems. Maybe he had some danger issues for the other kids in the house. They wanted to keep people safe. He was acting out, but like, you can say that all you want. But at the end of the day, is the solution?
She does, Jerry. She
Locking
does.
the child in a box in the
she has a
garage?
stick up her
Like,
ass.
how does that make him better? It doesn't, we know. All right, you're keeping yourself and your other children safe, perhaps? Well, then you call in family services. You call the police. You do whatever you need to do. But I can't believe the best solution is a box in the garage. Now, let's take a look. We've got photographs of this box now. Take a look. Here it is being constructed. It's in the garage. It's like custom built. Think about this again. You're a parent You move into this beautiful home in Jupiter, Florida, and say, oh, this is exactly what we need. Well, we'll just do a little bit of customization. We'll put a box in there for our child to live in. Unbelievable. And there's another look at it. I mean, it's for real. It actually exists. Let me read for you from a probable cause affidavit. The man who built the box was a little suspicious of what was going on here. Like, why am I building a box in the garage? So contacted police. Unbelievable. Great job. And here's what the police wrote down. Jack advised he was contacted by the owner of blank in the blank to build an office in the garage of the residence. Jack advised he agreed to the job, but after receiving the instructions for the build,
Good morning, Jovi.
he began thinking it was strange. Jack advised the room was built as an 8-by-8 foot space in the garage with its own ceiling and door. Jack further advised the door had a deadbolt lock and a knob only on the outside, meaning once you went in, somebody could lock you in, you don't get out. I mean, they have an.
See, he told the police about this. Wow. Well, we already have got a good look at these police officers, and that's got me very nervous. So we decided if you wanted to commit a crime, you should go to South Carolina. Now I'm thinking you need to go to Jupiter, Florida.
For that, it's called jail. That's basically what it's called. Let's bring in the man who built it and contacted police. Joining us now by phone in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, the contractor who built the box in the Ferriter's garage, Jacques Ben Aim, is with us. Jacques, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And first of all, unbelievable, great job contacting authorities after building this box. What did they say? What did they say was the reason they needed this box? And what were some of the specs or the specifications that they wanted built inside their garage?
So I'll tell you the story as it was. I got a lead from a company that gives me leads for jobs. And I got a lead about a person who wants to build an office in his garage. So I got the phone number of the owner. I called him. And he said, listen, I live in Arizona. I have an office in my garage, and I just bought a house in Jupiter, Florida, that we are very close to move in. And I want to build the same exact office in the garage in the house in Jupiter, Florida. So I said, okay.
You're right, Jerry. It's going to be this kind of stuff right here that does it. Yeah. Thank God we won't need the police in this. Because I don't know what these people obviously don't, I don't know who they are. They're mean. They're cruel. But I don't think they get that most people are not down with this crap.
And then he sent me there, and his friend came to open the door for me. And he knew exactly what he wants. He said, build me a box. He has a two-car garage, which is 16 feet long. And he asked me to build a box, basically, on 8 feet on 8 feet. And he asked me on top of that to build a ceiling for that box under the existing ceiling with a space of 2 feet. So when they open the garage door, she can slide between the two ceilings. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, the door will slide back so you can open the garage door.
So basically that box is completely sealed from every way. So the first thing I asked him, do you want me to open a window for that office? And he said, no, I don't need a window. So I said, listen, this is Florida. It's very hot in here. You're going to cook yourself in this garage, in this office. And I suggest to bring in away from the AC to cool this office. And he said, yeah, this is a good idea, but I will do it later, so don't worry about it.
Wow.
And so far it was okay for me. So every day when I finish the work, I used to FaceTime him and show him the work we did. And that way he could see. Now, in the last day of the job, I show him the finish of the job, which was the painting.
Yeah, and the light switch on the outside. Oh my God. Ugh.
And the installing of the light in the office, etc., and the door. And then he asked me for one little favor. He said, listen, I need a favor from you. I said, okay, what? He said, go to the Home Depot, and you know the interior doors of the house, they have a handle lock, yeah? And he asked me to go to the Home Depot and buy a deadlock like you have in the main door of your house. You see what I mean?
Absolutely. You can lock it up so whoever goes in can't get out. And
no, this is not there yet. He asked me to add a deadlock to the door. And I said, okay, I don't know what, you have important things to keep in this office. So it wasn't look strange to me. So I went to the Home Depot and I bought the deadlock, and I installed it on top of the handle lock. And then I picture it for him, as you can see in the picture I'll send you. And then he asked me to reverse the locks. That means that the knobs of the locks will be outside of that office, and the key hole will be inside that office. And I said, okay. On top of that, he asked me to drill a hole in the corner for a camera that he wants to install over there.
wow.
And we'll watch.
Jacques, can you stay with us, Jacques? We're gonna take a quick break here. We got to get a commercial in. Jacques' gonna stay with us, and then we're gonna bring in the team that demoed the box. We'll be right back.
This is so gross. I can't imagine like having to be all dark and having no way to make it light. Wow.
Hey there, Court TV viewer. We know that you tune in to Court TV Live for our gavel-to-gavel coverage of some of the country's most fascinating court cases. And you may have noticed this new addition to our programming. See it right there? This is a way for you to dig even deeper into the trials that we're covering. Just take your cell phone like this, scan that QR code to reveal everything you need to know about the case you're watching. Isn't that great? So much information right in the palm of your hand. This is just another way that Court TV gives you a front row seat to justice.
Some jaw-dropping allegations against his parents that he was kept inside an 8x8 box inside the garage of their $1 million home. Inside that box, a box spring, a camera, a desk, and a bucket. The Ferriter.
What happened to that video? I stepped away, of course. Right. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, for sure. What are you doing, Jack? Hold on one second, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry, Shelby. Jack took his pants off, so I tried to get him into the bathroom. Actually, I wanted to look at this video. There's this picture now of the suspect from Charlotte. Santa, I wanted to check that out real quick, if you don't mind.
Kidnapping of a 9-year-old Charlotte Cena has been arrested. This was that big breaking news story that we brought you yesterday out of upstate New York.
Yeah, Ron has details at this hour on what's happening this morning. Hey, Ron.
Yeah, so often these abductions do not have an ending that results in the successful rescue of a child. But that is exactly what happened yesterday. So New York police now saying that the 47-year-old suspect, now ID'd as Craig Ross Jr., was arraigned just hours ago on a charge of first-degree kidnapping. He was arrested after police raided his camper less than an hour's drive away from where the abduction happened. That was in Saratoga Springs. So she was found, little Charlotte was found safe, hiding in a cupboard, taken to a local hospital. Police ID'd Ross, they say, after he left his fingerprints on a ransom note. They also witnessed him stuffing the note in the mailbox of the girl's family home. Charlotte went missing during that family camping trip in Glens Falls this past weekend, causing a weekend-long search with the help of 400 search and rescue personnel. They had drones, helicopters, search dogs as well. As you can imagine, the family is overjoyed.
It's just a wonderful family. No one deserves this, but it's very sad to think that they're going through this right now.
She is just a sweet, adorable girl.
So the investigation is still ongoing. The suspect is being held without bail. After that brief stay in the hospital, Charlotte was released and was reunited, you guys, with her very grateful family to still have her alive.
Wow, huh? I was so afraid it was not going to turn out that well. My God. I wonder. I had to walk away during that. I think we saw him, though. I want to see everything about this kid. Oh my God, I'm so glad, Natalie. Welcome, welcome. Don't scare her off, Shelby.
A 9-year-old girl abducted from a campground upstate has been found. Hopefully she is safe and sound. And overnight, that suspect was arraigned.
Good Day Wake Up anchor Dan Bowens tells us where police found her and how they tracked her down. Dan, very happy to hear this happen because, yesterday we talked about this. We're like, this could go so many different ways.
I know.
Could go so many different ways, but this appears to be a happy ending, at least for now. This was a massive search and became a top priority for law enforcement officials in the state and even Governor Kathy Hochul. And this morning, it looks like good news. 9-year-old Charlotte Cena found safe and reunited with her family. And Fox 5 can confirm this morning the suspect, the man accused of abducting this little girl, is facing charges. More on that in just a minute. Here's what we know so far. Charlotte Cena vanished Saturday while camping with her family at Morrow Lake State Park. That park is located in Saratoga County, about 40 miles north of Albany. For more than 2 days, search and rescue teams combed the 6,200-acre park and the surrounding area. She was finally discovered inside the home of the suspect, a man named Craig Ross. Governor Kathy Hochul said there is no indication yet that Ross had any connection to the girl's family. But importantly, the governor says the suspect drove to the family's house and put a ransom note in their mailbox. Here's the thing. That note contained a fingerprint that was linked to the 47-year-old suspect. And Governor Hochul says authorities found the little girl inside his RV.
After some resistance, the suspect was taken into custody, and immediately the little girl was found in a cabinet, cupboard. She was rescued, and she knew she was being rescued. She knew that she was in safe hands.
A little hard to hear there, but the governor says she was found in a cabinet inside the RV. And as we mentioned just a short time ago, that suspect, Craig Ross Jr., was charged with first-degree kidnapping. He was arraigned early Tuesday morning and sent to the Saratoga County Jail without bail. And a little bit more about that key piece of evidence. Governor Hochul says fingerprints in a DWI arrest from back in 1999 matched what was found on that ransom note and brought them directly to the door of Craig Ross. Now, according to the New York Post, he lived about 2 miles from the little girl's house, and his RV was actually located behind his own mother's house. It's unclear if he allegedly targeted Charlotte specifically or went after her at random when she was alone for a few minutes while riding her bike. Charlotte was taken to a hospital for evaluation, and we're told she has been reunited with her family. Certainly a terrifying situation this morning.
Dan,
And Bianca, back to you.
Dan, I know you said he had a DWI in the past. Did he have any other kind of criminal record?
Unclear at this point. You'd imagine a lot of that information is going to come out, but we know that's where they found the fingerprints. He was obviously fingerprinted when he was booked for that case back in 1999, still on the record on that ransom note, allegedly, and that's what brought him right to his door.
Okay, thanks so much, Dan.
As I mentioned, when you hit that 48-hour moment, you realize.
No, frazzled. From what I understood last night, he was not on a sex offender list. So, I don't know. I mean, thing is, statistically, by the time a sex offender is caught, they have offended at least 100 people. Can you imagine that? That's why I hate when they say things like, well, they don't have any priors or this and that. Well, I don't care. When it comes to a child like that, no. First of all, yes, you do, just because you weren't caught. Secondly, if by some freak chance they catch you the first time you did it, too bad. If you can do that to a child, you need to be locked the hell up forever. Okay, they had put out. Yeah, that's what I heard initially too. And then whenever the governor was asked during the press conference, and she said he was not, but she's a little wacky herself. Isn't it, Jovi? Yeah. When you're a kitty fiddler, let me tell you, you're a sick F, and you probably have done. That's why I hate it. It's the first time you got caught. That's it. Yeah, forever. That's why I say you can't be rehabilitated. You just can't. I don't buy that. There's no way that you can fix that. If that's the kind of things you want to do, I don't believe that you can be fixed. And it's not worth taking a damn chance anyway. Hey, Town Crier. His brother Oh, the the Charlotte. Okay, his brother's on the list. Yeah, because we did hear that originally, and then the governor said no. It was the DWI. I didn't even know they call them DWIs anymore. But I don't know. Okay, yeah. Probably should have been. Well, clearly he should have been. But what's weird to me is he put out a ransom note. I didn't see that coming. Thank God. Thank God. Oh my God. I was so happy when I heard this yesterday. I thought, oh my. After 48 hours, you're like, okay, they can be in another country and shit by then. Typically, they're not. They're found pretty close by, but not alive. Yeah, I explained it to her, Joey. It wasn't her. It happens. That's why so many times I'll see somebody that I think needs to be blocked and I'll go to block them, but the mods already have done it. So when I hit it, I end up hitting somebody else and blocking someone else. It's easy to do. It actually is. I blocked Wandering one time and Mr. Snotty. And at that time, I didn't have any idea how to unblock them. And to be honest, Town Crier, whenever you were blocked, thank God Queen was here, because I had one time accidentally found where to unblock people and I did it, but I didn't know how to go back there. I'm serious. But fortunately, Jerry has been able to unblock people for me that I go and screw it up. But now I know how to do it all by myself. It's only been a year, so why not? All right, figure that out, Darky. I swear. Not here. Well, is it here too? That was so funny. Well, Jerry, you can unblock yourself. I can do that right now. Wait, do I really not know how again? No way, no way, no way. I thought I knew how to do it now. Shit. Okay, well, I guess I just fibbed. Wow. Yeah, I remember, but I feel like she had, you had a clone or something that night. There was something different about, and it had been a crazy night of people messing with us. Lots of trolls. So, I remember Jovi was all wound up about it, but we thought we blocked she blocked the clone, the troll. It was a whole thing. It was a lot. Yeah, she did it. But it was nothing bad on purpose. Nothing on purpose. Right. Thank God for stupid criminals. Yeah, it's okay, Jerry. I don't think he really missed anything. Yeah, I mean, thank God he did that. But what an idiot. You know what's really scary is to wonder what happened to that girl during that time. I hate to think about that. I want to just be very happy that she's found safe and alive. But she was with that weirdo for a while. No, Jack. No. You had to be familiar. Yeah. I know, isn't that weird? So, you just wonder what made him decide to, give a ransom note. Was that the intention all along? Seems so weird, every bit of it. I know. I was so worried about her too. It doesn't come out that well. I mean, it's just kind of wild too when you think about, that woman recently, which of course that was a big stunt. But I remember thinking that was not going to end well at all either. That woman with the Cheez-Its and all that. Can't remember her name. Carolyn. Yeah, she did. And I thought I knew how to do it. I just went and I don't know why. Yep, Queen fixed it for me. She fixed it. And Jack's trying to fix something now. Jack's trying to fix it. He's trying to. Okay. All right. Hey. Everything's good. We're all good in the hood here. No worries. Oh, no, Jack. No. It's okay. He wants to be on the computer now. Yep, it's a little man here. Dun, 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 dun. Yesterday I had two granddaughters and Jack, and nobody wanted a root beer float. I couldn't believe that. He put the ransom note in a mailbox. Yeah, he did. Exactly, Mo. Thank God.
Oh my God, that photo from Israel Key. Oh my God, remember that? Oh God, that was so crazy. Are you talking about the one where he sewed her eyes open so they would believe she was alive? Oh my God, that was so gross. Yeah, Israel Keys is a serial killer. He was all over the place. That's why they were so hard to catch him. He was everywhere. And look at that one. There was all kinds of video of that one, that girl. No, you can't touch that. You can't touch that. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Yeah, that was so foul. Yeah, it is. You're right, Joey. Totally. Yep. That was really sick. MC Ham. I know. I'm trying to make him not want the computer. Crazy nut job. Yeah, I know Jack will have a root beer float with me today. And some strawberry shortcake. I know how much Jerry loves a root beer float. Give him the bullhorn, yeah, right? He does like it. But he throws it. He throws everything. You've never heard of Israel Keys? Oh my God, it's bad. We should do something on Israel Keys. There's a lot there, a lot. I think he probably, as a serial killer, I believe he has. Again, we never know how many any of them have really done. It's only what they've been caught doing. But I feel like he has killed more than anybody.
Tear it up, Jack.
Yeah, how many did he kill? And he was all over the country. Wow. American serial killer, bank robber, burglar, arsonist, kidnapper, and sex offender who murdered at least 3 victims and committed dozens of felonies, included armed robbery. Okay, so he was convicted of 3. I've heard he had done more than anybody. Right? Yeah, he did. He buried all over. Yeah, he did, because he was always traveling. Oh, when Summer Wells recently then? What's happened? Is there news in that case? Because I feel like there's never any actual news. I haven't heard anything about that today. So many people talk about it every day. And I feel like there's never going to be we're never going to know about that. Oh, it happened for a long time, Jovi. Wait, no. Shoot. Let me see. It was horrible, that picture he took with her eyes sewn open. That stays in my mind. No, get down. He was apprehended in 2012. Says Israel Keys is all of your worst fears personified into one of the most terrifying serial killers of the 21st century. Yeah, it's absolutely horrible. Me too, Mo, that picture. Yeah, it does. Me too. Yeah, it's horrible. Very, very bad. And that's just it, How many times, like a serial killer, you have the Green River killer, and you have, to me, I'm feeling like not a lot of times, but we probably have had like truck drivers. I know we've even caught truck drivers that have, stopped into places and killed someone, and they never get caught. And, they're serial killers probably, but because of traveling around, and that's how Israel Keys got by with stuff. But the girl that he sewed her eyes open, there's video of him coming in that, he got her from that shop she worked at. And they had video of his truck and stuff there. Okay, seriously? That is not going to fly, mister. No way, no way, no way. Sharon Tate was another one that terrified. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I remember whenever my sisters were watching Helter Skelter, and I wasn't allowed to watch it. But I low down and snuck a peek on that. That always scared me too. Yeah. And what was I going to say about him? Shoot, I can't remember. This boy here, at least he's alive also.
You know, what's really sad is he was, you know, abused by his family, and then, you know, he gets adopted to people that abuse him. That's what really sets me off. You didn't have to adopt that child. Jack wants some playmates. Yeah. I have two 2-year-olds, a 3-year-old, and a 5-month-old. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my. That's okay, Legs. You need to sleep. Yeah, I think he would like some playmates some days. But you know, yesterday he was pretty uptight about. I had 2 of my granddaughters here. One was 16. That one didn't concern him, but the 4-year-old, he was pretty clingy, not feeling like he was getting enough of the Dobby. Yeah, you know, look at the serial killer. Do you remember the one that was going around on the train? That he was riding a train that would come right through our town. I have everybody wound up because you never knew where he was going to get off the train and do it. Oh, wow, Jovi. Yeah, and that's the bad thing, though. Sometimes people look sketchy, but then, you know, it's the Boy Scout leader that everybody thinks is so great. I know. I know. That's what's so wild. I can't even imagine doing any of these things. You know, I always think that if I had to, you know, I know I can defend myself with a weapon, with a pew-pew. I got no problem with that if I have to. But something close, like if I ever had to stab somebody to save my life, I guess I would. But the thought of stabbing someone just freaks me out. I don't know how people can handle feeling that go through somebody. It really freaks me out. Yeah, I don't even want to see anybody who looks like Charles Manson. Got this song going. I can't let. Wow, frazzled. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I think what's probably really wrong, honestly, is that her boyfriend's not getting out. Oh God, Jovi, yeah, I don't deal with strangers well, though. I always, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say that her mom didn't deserve some kind of shit. You heard of Edward Wayne? Edward Wayne Edwards, that's his name. Yeah, she's the one that her mom pretended she was sick all that time, remember? That was crazy. I mean, her mom really messed her up bad. So I almost can't feel bad for the mom that she fucked her up bad. But that's really his name, Edwards. Yeah, it is. Wow. I never have heard of him. Oh my gosh. Five people, it says. Well, that's just it, Frazzled. I think I would be afraid of her. I would be. Because if you can hurt somebody, you can hurt somebody. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. Oh, you know what? I think that just happens sometimes, Jovi. I don't know. I gotta see. Hold on a second. Let me check. See, there's something weird going on. Hold on a second. Oh, I think I have heard of that, Mo. Yeah, her mother did mess her up bad. But is she gonna... I heard she's gonna go with her father, though, right? I mean, she's an adult, so I don't understand. Right? Yeah, that would be interesting. I wonder if I could find some old documentary we could... Not old, but... Yeah, Gypsy's boyfriend is in there for life. I think Gypsy, Gypsy was responsible for what he did too, I kind of feel. I mean, everybody's responsible for themselves, but I don't know. I've got mixed feelings. That mom is a sick, my God. Oh, it should be coming back on, right? You do too, Jerry? Yeah, see, I know. I don't know how I feel about it. She was, Jerry. That mom messed her up. Absolutely. My God. I am surprised, though, to some degree. So what do you think then, Jovi? I know. That's what I don't get. Same thing, Town Crier. I don't understand that. Right. I don't want her around me. I don't. No, you're right. I get it. Shit. See, I mean, that's a thing. No, I was too. Her mom is sick. She was. I mean, my God. Can you imagine? Don't people talk about bacon and ice cream? I feel like I want to try that. I think I really need to make a root beer float, and then I have some Death by Chocolate. Oh, Lord, it's good. That's just it, Mo. Right. Me too. And she learned from I know, or legs, that is hard. I can't handle being in the car for so long. My sciatic nerve just about sets me into a fit riding in the car. But then I sleep really well in the car. I take me some nice naps going up to the property. I do. And that part I love. Kind of sucks. Mr. Snotty has to just be all by himself. But I love me some naps. I actually went to bed at 9:30 last night. I never do that. That's probably why I haven't heard about so many things going on. Yeah, and it was a pretty violent death too, Gypsy, right? I mean, that was pretty violent. Right. Yeah, I can't believe you did that though, Waits. That is nuts.
It's crazy, crazy, crazy.
Oh my God, Jerry. Oh my God. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Hope you learned that lesson. Oh, wow. I probably do. God, Jerry, that is terrifying. Lucky you got out of that one alive. Yeah, you could have. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. Can you get me some ice cream? Soft serve. White. I'm excited. Hope you learned his. Yeah, I hope so. I cannot wait any longer to have a root beer float. We are, Jack. We're having root beer. We are. Yep. Oh, wow. Thank you, Town Crier. Wow. You don't have to
All right,
do
we're
that.
back in session on State versus Ferriter. All sides ready to proceed? The TV?
I know he's all excited.
Pushing the power button, I presume.
Wow, these people are a damn joke.
While he's looking at that, we do need, in order to preserve the record with respect to the video that was requested by the defense in the opening statement, I'd like you to take that video, put it on a thumb drive, have it marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1 for ID purposes, so that it can be properly made a part of the record, because we didn't do that at the opening, but let's make sure that's taken care of. Okay, so we didn't address it in by way of a motion in limine, so I'm going to address it in real time as it comes up at the appropriate time in the cross-examination at this point. Okay, now I understand. So I'll handle that the same as I would any other evidentiary objection. All right, Mark, have we figured that out?
So ours, we addressed and we reserved, Your Honor, as this is the time when we would like to put in the evidence of the actions of Tracy Ferriter changing the room. So this witness that's about to testify, we have an objection separately that wasn't addressed before because we weren't aware of it, to the videos that they want to use during cross-examination of this witness.
Okay.
In the motion in limine, though, we did address two of the videos that the state would like to enter here. So this witness is going to testify that he entered the Ferriter's home prior to the child and took a look at the room. And that's when the room was first discovered. This is the lead detective, Detective Sharp. When we did the search warrant of the Ring camera, it was revealed that immediately before Detective Sharp is led into the room and sees the room, that Tracy Ferriter goes into the room, takes out some of the sheets, and then also takes out the bucket.
And this is the state's video.
These are the state's videos. They're from the Ring camera, but yes, they're the state's videos. And
Okay.
so we think that this is necessary evidence in order to show why when subsequent, like here, when he views the room, it's different. So he's not aware of the bucket or any of that because of her actions. There's no statements. And then subsequent to that, there's a search warrant about 8 days later, and the room is substantially different at this time. The defense alleged that they don't want it to be attributed to Tim that these actions happen. We're not eliciting any statements. It's actions that are caught on video. Beyond that, they're charged as co-defendants and they're principals to each other's actions. So if this was a bank robbery and Tracy Ferriter, during her escape, took actions that we had video of, those would be admissible in the state proving our case, because they're charged because of the principal theory. They're charged as principals to each other as co-defendants, and they're responsible for each other's actions that are in furtherance of the crime.
Right.
And so there's 3 videos total that we're going to play. The first 2 are.
Let me stop you though. This is the argument that I heard in limine, and this is one that I said I'd reserve until time of trial. You have any additional argument other than what was made in limine at this point?
Not any additional argument to that. One video doesn't involve, so there's 3 videos total. I believe the objection is only to 2 of them, which are Tracy taking the actions to change the room before law enforcement gets in. We're also going to show.
And you're not playing the audio, you're just.
There's no audio to those 2. There's a third video where Detective Sharp goes in and she kind of shows him the room, and he looks around, and you can see him like noticing as part of his investigation some of the aspects. She does say some things during that. We are going to play that one without audio.
Okay, all right. So let me hear Mr. Wahid. You're standing there, so I assume you're going to make the argument on this issue. Okay.
So while I wasn't at the motion in limine, I'm looking at it. So the issue, first of all, the state's argument that it's an act in furtherance, it's actually not. So under co-conspirator law, when the crime is done, anything subsequent to the crime, which is, cleaning up or hiding the crime or all of that, is not considered part of a crime. Therefore, it's not in furtherance, according to federal case law at the very least. And I'm not quite sure.
You have any state case law that supports that position?
I haven't looked at that, so I can look that up, but this is something I do know.
Well, now's the time. If you have it, I need it now because I'm going to be making a ruling imminently.
All right. Well, I'll need a moment then, Judge.
Well, you're not going to get it. You got to make it now, and I'm going to make a ruling because we are in the middle of trial and I need to proceed. I understand, but everybody's been aware of this issue and should come well prepared to argue any evidentiary or legal points with any citation to case law that exists. If you don't have it for me now, day late and a dollar short. I need to make a ruling. So go ahead, Mr. Wahid. And you certainly can rely on your federal case law that you've got. I mean, I'm not saying I'll discount that altogether, but I certainly like to hear state case law when it comes to state evidentiary issues.
Of course, understood. And then the other argument, Judge, here is that there is zero evidence that Mr. Ferriter had any idea about any of this that was going on, in that while it's not in evidence, at some point it might be in evidence, is that he wasn't even in the country at the time. And the court severed this case for a reason, is that you don't want the jury to take admissions of possible consciousness of guilt of one party and impute them on the other. I think that really muddies up the water here, and quite frankly, I think it counters why the court agreed to sever in the first place. So I don't know that this is in terms of admissibility. Those are my arguments. Obviously, I also think there's a 403 argument, which is this is substantially more prejudicial than it is of any sort of probative nature of Mr. Ferriter's culpability.
Okay, thank you. Brief rebuttal, Ms. Coakley, and focus on your argument again with the principal point that you're making.
Right, they're charged as principals to each other, so their culpability is intertwined as principals. So the actions that were taken in furtherance of the criminal act of one can be attributable to the other.
And you have 3 videos, 2 of them of which have no audio, and a third one you're playing without audio.
Yes, the first 2 are just her removing things from the room. She removes some blankets, and then she removes the bucket, and then immediately after that, chronologically, is when the detective is shown the room. That's when they have that one. I don't believe that they're objecting to. And he looks around, sees the room, there's talking. We're not going to play the audio for that one. The first two don't have audio, I don't believe.
All right, the defense objection to the playing of the 3 requested state videos is overruled. So they will be permitted to be played during the testimony of this witness. Now, is there another video that I need to address that the defense
The
is going to
defense
be
has
playing?
let us know that they're going to try and bring in some body cam. Depending on what they bring in, I'll let Ms. Black make a contemporaneous objection. We may not. We can
Body cam of the
of this witness. It's a body cam from the search warrant. And
of the structure
of the house, yeah. And so I think it might include. So I don't know what they're intending to try and offer. Depending on that, we can make an objection at that time. The second one they have indicated to me is that when the child was found at Independence Middle School, he was initially placed in handcuffs and taken into police custody. Like they want to put the body of the child in handcuffs. The state would object to that. It's not relevant. It's prejudicial, and it can cause a confusion of the issues.
Okay,
They have indicated that the reason for that is they want to show how he looked at that time. Immediately after he was caught, he was taken to the Jupiter Police Department. There was a recorded interview where he's on video, and there's also photographs of how he appeared at that time taken for purpose. There's no reason that they have to show handcuffs other than to insinuate criminal conduct there, which the Your Honor has already ruled was not admissible.
Okay, let's go ahead. Are you going to be attempting to put this in through this witness? Or is it subsequent?
Judge. So yes, I will answer your question. I'll come back to this. I'm sorry, Judge, say that again.
Are you going to use the video that she is referring to in cross-examination of this witness?
Yes.
Right, so
Sure. So the body worn camera of the search warrant, Detective Sharp was present. He's in the video. It does show the layout of the house. It also shows the condition of the house at the time of essentially when this offense all happens, which is, I think the search warrant's executed.
I let the judge know we made a contemporaneous objection to that. We're talking about the one of Ronan being arrested.
Okay. So for the other one, there's allegations that the state is making throughout, that they will be making throughout, that Ronan was malnourished, that he was essentially deprived food. And you see him on this video. This is only a couple of days after he's run away from the Ferriter's home. This is the first time you see him.
All right, so focus on the real issue here. It's not that's not the real issue. The real issue that she's raising is whether it's appropriate to show the jurors the minor being handcuffed by Jupiter Police Department, and whether that's unduly prejudicial or probative here.
Well, first of all, the condition of the child is what you're going to see there first, and this is the first time we will encounter the child on video after he runs away. And secondly, it wasn't like there's no allegation in this case that they were arresting him for some crime. They secured him. I don't know why they did what they did, but they secured him and they put him in a car. But that's the first time. That's part of the story. Finally, that's where they get him.
Well, let me just kind of analogize. I don't allow my defendants to come in front of a jury and be handcuffed because of the negative perception that jurors have when they see somebody coming in to the courtroom being handcuffed. And I have a similar concern that if they see a witness being handcuffed, that might have an adverse effect on their determining the credibility or not of that witness. So that's where I'm coming from. So address that concern and why I shouldn't be concerned about that aspect of it, because obviously, the defendants, we protect them to make sure that they're not handcuffed in front of the jurors, precisely to avoid the negative implications of what being handcuffed means.
Understood. Although there have been several videos of interviews of my clients that have come into evidence where they are cuffed to a table. But putting that aside for the moment, in this situation, I don't think there's anything.
I don't think in my courtroom, but at least hopefully not, because I know we typically try to avoid that.
Wow, I can't believe that guy just said that.
I don't think there's anything here
Wow.
that is prejudicial to the state at all. I don't think it's not that there is no allegation that we're making that in that moment he was being arrested for some crime.
Let me ask you this. Does the entirety of the video show minor in cuffs, or is there only a part of it that shows it?
It's a part of it. He walks. I don't know how many seconds or minutes or what it goes. I don't have the timestamp at hand, but he walks down the hall. He walks in. You see him. then the police officer stops him and then says something to him, and then they put the cuffs on him.
Okay, all right, brief rebuttal, and then I'm going to rule.
It's prejudicial on its face. I wouldn't be able to show the defendants being arrested in this case. There's video of that. They can achieve the same ends. There's video of him literally 15 minutes later at the Jupiter Police Department where he's not handcuffed. And then there's pictures that were taken to document his body. In addition, there's been no allegation nor will be that he was malnourished. The defendants were incredibly controlling and limiting about his access to food. That's fundamentally different than an accusation of malnourishment, which is not the case here.
Okay, so my ruling is as follows. The state's objection is sustained in part, overruled in part. It is sustained as to any portions of the video showing the minor in handcuffs. It is overruled as to the remaining part of the video that does not depict the minor to be in handcuffs. So as far as your side, Mr. Wahid, that means you can play the video. You just got to excise out any part showing that the minor is in handcuffs.
I didn't even see that.
Okay, I don't know. That's what you haven't shown. I haven't seen it.
The video I was trying to show you earlier, it's just him walking down the hallway, and he's in the lobby of the school, and then he talks to some officer, I assume a school resource person, and then they put the cuffs on him. And it might keep going.
Well, what you're describing, I have no problem with except for the cuffs part that I've already ruled on. But if there is a video of them running the minor down and chasing him and apprehending him, I'm not going to allow that to be played. Okay. All right. So
for the record, can I just put a case on the record?
you can put it on the record. I'm not going to change my ruling at this point, but go ahead.
Well, Wells First State, it's a first district case. We were doing this in a hurry. And it points out that, and in that particular case, it was the homicide case, and that the real issue there was that the questioning, which was after the crime, is not in furtherance of the conspiracy. The crime had already taken place. He's being charged here with aggravated child abuse, that there was no ongoing version of that by the time Detective Sharp has this interaction with Tracy Ferriter. It's therefore not in furtherance of any conspiracy.
Do you have any case law that says that in a co-defendant situation where they're charged as principals to each other, that consciousness of guilt is not something that can be imputed to one of the other principals? Because to me, that's where this becomes potentially relevant, and why I'm ruling the way I am is because if the spouse showing consciousness of guilt by removing the bucket from the room, and consciousness of guilt can be shown as, that can be the evidence that the state admits. Where you have a principal situation, why would that not be relevant, even under the case you just cited?
Well, the issue goes for a principal to the crime, and the crime charged here is the actual child abuse charge. If it would be different if you were...
Well, child abuse, let's not forget false imprisonment and child neglect. And so even on the issue of false imprisonment, it seems to me you've got a much tougher lift to convince me that the consciousness of guilt of one principal isn't imputed or can be used against the other principal. Am I missing something?
Well, I think what the video, as my recollection goes, again, I came into the case late, so if someone correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my recollection is that it is essentially removing some sheets and the bucket. It's not removing the lock from the door, which would be the issue of the false imprisonment. In a room is not part of the false imprisonment charge. The confinement is the false imprisonment.
Not sure I agree with that, but I understand the point you're making. I'm just not sure I agree with it. I mean, the bucket it could be used by the state as potential evidence of the false imprisonment because it kept him from leaving the room and he had to relieve himself in the bucket. So I can see where they can easily tie that in. Any other argument you wish to make, Mr. Wade, for the record?
Not unless Ms. Murad comes up with a case very quickly, no.
Okay. All right. So my ruling remains the same. Thank you for making the argument, and you put your case on the record, Mr. Wade. Thank you. All right. All sides ready to proceed now with the continuation of the state's case.
Yes, we're all set. We did meet during lunch about the next witness, but we are obviously going to need to take a break.
Yeah, we'll take a break. Well, you'll let me know when you're ready for me to take a recess so that we can get the IT set up for the in-camera testimony. And that's the next witness, right? Not this witness, but the next witness. Okay, all right. So Ms. Coakley, you ready to proceed? Ms. Murad? Okay, all right. Mark, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out. All rise. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I trust everyone had a good lunch and were able to relax during the hour and a half lunch break. In any event, we're ready to start back up for this afternoon. We're still in, as you know, the state's portion of the case where they're calling witnesses. So with that, Ms. Black, is the state prepared to call its next witness? Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Mark, can you make sure that's off when it's not in use? Okay. All right, Ms. Black, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Detective. Please state your name, spelling your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Andrew Sharp, SHARP.
Where do you work?
I work for the Jupiter Police Department.
How long have you been there?
I've been at the Jupiter Police Department approximately 17 years.
And what's your title there?
I'm a detective.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years.
What did you do before that?
Before I was a detective, I had various roles throughout the agency. I was a field training officer. I also worked on a special response team. I had various other roles.
Now, what kind of training and experience do you have as a detective?
As a detective, I have several hours in advanced interviews and interrogations. I also have several hours of training in regards to child abuse investigations, as well as just general investigations.
So at the Jupiter Police Department, do you guys have any specific units, or are you just an overall detective?
We have an overall criminal investigations division.
And as part of that, do you also do any continuing education every year?
Yes, we do.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to January 30th of 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and in what capacity were you working?
Yes, so I was the on-call detective for the Jupiter Police Department. So I technically wasn't at work, but I was on call for the day.
On that day, did you get assigned a case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what was that?
That day, I was assigned by our Criminal Investigations Division Sergeant a missing persons case.
How do you typically get assigned a case?
So typically what happens when you're on call for the day, anything that comes in that would involve further investigation, it's assigned to a detective. And if you're the detective that's on call, it's your job to handle those investigations.
Once you got that phone call, where did you respond to?
The first thing I did was I responded to the Jupiter Police Department, and I made contact with the Criminal Investigations Division Sergeant.
And at that time, are you notified about what's been done so far in the investigation?
Yes, I was made apprised of exactly what took place. That a few nights prior, there was a juvenile that was reported missing, and then there was some other circumstances that led the sergeant to assign it to a detective.
Now, what time did you arrive to the police department?
It was that evening, I would say, without referring directly to my report, probably around 6 or 7 p.m.
And after going to the police department, where's your next stop?
The next stop was at the Ferriter residence.
Did you make contact with anyone from the household prior to going to the residence?
Yes, the Criminal Investigations Division Sergeant and I made a call to the mother in the case, Mrs. Ferriter, just to make sure that she was present at the house before we went.
Now, when you get to the house, what do you do first?
The first thing we did was we attempted to make contact with anyone at the residence. We knocked on the door and we were greeted by Mrs. Ferriter.
Where did you end up speaking to her?
The entire conversation took place outside of the residence, kind of in the front porch area. Right, this is like a brick paver walkway. It was right on that area.
Did you notice anything about how she was acting when you first made contact with her?
Yes. So immediately I wanted to go inside the residence to make sure.
Overruled as to that question and response. You may continue with your answer, sir. You just can't say what someone said.
Sure.
What you did.
Thank you, Your Honor. So immediately I wanted to go inside the residence because I wanted to make sure, find any evidence of where this individual may be and to make sure that his safety and well-being was taken care of. So I attempted to do so. However, Mrs. Ferriter was apprehensive.
Overruled.
And would not initially allow us inside.
Overruled.
You can finish answering the question.
Thank you. We stood outside probably, I think the entirety of my body camera worn footage was about 52 minutes. And I believe 45 minutes was standing outside of the residence, waiting and asking repeatedly to go inside.
Okay. So you said that she was apprehensive about you going inside, right?
That's correct.
And the rest of the time you spent 45 minutes speaking to her outside.
That's correct.
Did you do anything to make her feel more comfortable at that time?
Absolutely. I reassured her over and over that I was not there to investigate her. I was not there for any other reason but the safety and well-being of her son. I said I did not care if there was any kind of other illegal activity going on in the house. I wasn't worried about that. My sole priority was for the missing juvenile.
When you first responded to that house, were you alone?
I was not. I was in the presence of the Criminal Investigation Division Sergeant and Officer Jurak.
Did you eventually go inside the house?
Yes, I did.
Were you the only one that went inside the house?
Yes, I was.
So when you first walk into the house, kind of describe what did you see?
Sure, absolutely. When I first entered the residence, there was a small credenza right alongside the wall there. This credenza, there was an object on it, but that was the only item. Mrs. Ferriter then directed me into a room directly inside the residence. I believe it was to the right. She purported that both of her sons stayed in that room.
Sustained as that the statement, I just refrain from saying what Mrs. Ferriter actually said. You can say what she did, what you observed, but not what she said.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Your Honor.
you indicated that there was a room that you were shown by Miss Ferriter.
That's correct.
Okay. What did you see in that room?
Inside that room, I only saw objects belonging to a young child. I believe there was a sign that said Pierce in the room. There was also a crib and other objects leading me to believe that that was the only child that occupied that room.
And you indicated that there was a sign of the name Pierce. Is there a child that the Ferriters have named Pierce?
That there is.
Did you notice anything else about that room?
Inside that room, there was also a small makeshift area that appeared as though there was a blanket and what appeared to be a pillow laying on the floor, but it was there kind of haphazardly. It didn't appear as anyone had slept there. It was just there, placed.
Where is the next part of the house that you go to?
After looking in that room, I was directed towards near the Florida room. There was an area with a small desk. Mrs. Ferriter led me to believe that the children would do homework in this area.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
So there was a small area for homework, it appeared. There were some writings that were told to me that belonged to Ronan.
Sustained us to that.
Without going into what was said, what was on the writing,
No.
or anything like that, what was the next place in the house that you went to?
The next place I went to was the enclosure in question,
Where was that enclosure found?
inside the garage of the residence.
And when you first went in there, what did you do?
When I first walked, so the enclosure is through the kitchen and into the garage. When I first walked through the kitchen and into the garage, I noticed that the door appeared to have a deadbolt, and there appeared to be a light switch on the exterior of the room outside to the left of that door. I then walked in and I observed a box spring and a mattress with what appeared to be some sheets. And there was also a small desk, a little bit smaller than this, that appeared to have some children's books on them. So I stood in and I looked around for clues as to, Ronan, where he may have gone, etc.
So I know while you were sitting down, you were motioning kind of like the length of what the witness stand was.
Yes,
Now, how long were you in that room for?
I was in the room less than a minute. I was inside the residence 5 minutes.
Now, after you finished viewing the room, where did you go next?
After I first walked into the room, I recalled that I could see something out of the corner of my eye, but I wasn't sure exactly what it was. So when I walked back out of the room, I asked Mrs. Ferriter if I could go back in the room. She allowed me to go back in. And when I went back in, that was when I saw the Ring camera that was in the corner of the room.
Now, after you saw that Ring camera, what was your next step in the investigation?
The next step, we were directed outside of the residence. I spoke to Mrs. Ferriter for several minutes outside of the residence, and then I directed other units that were working that evening to check in the area of some of the previous places that Mrs. Ferriter advised her son may have gone. So I know I checked the skate park. I directed other officers to check other parks and other areas that were within the surrounding area of where the residence was.
Now, I'm going to turn your attention to January 31st of 2022. Were you working that day?
That day I was.
Okay, and again, what was your role that day?
That day I was a detective, and my role was to continue the investigation in regards to the missing juvenile.
Did you become aware that the missing juvenile had been found?
That morning, I was made aware that the juvenile was located at the Independence Middle School.
And where did you respond to?
I responded to Independence Middle School.
Subsequent to that, did you meet with the juvenile?
I did.
And where did you meet with him?
So the juvenile, I met with him initially on scene, and then he was brought back to the Jupiter Police Department so I can conduct my initial fact-finding interview with him.
Okay, and you said fact-finding. What is that?
Just an initial interview, just to find out exactly what I'm dealing with, exactly what the facts of the case may be, and find out exactly if there are any allegations of criminal behavior, etc.
How was he acting when you met with him at the police department?
He was very soft-spoken, very timid and shy, and appeared to be withdrawn and was very nervous.
Did you eventually get a statement from him that day?
I did.
Now, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, again, were you working that day?
I was.
And did you make contact with the siblings in the case?
I did.
Okay, and who are they?
I made contact with both daughters, Nola and Fiona Ferriter. I apologize for misstating her name.
And did you take them anywhere?
Yes, they were brought to the Child Protection Team office in West Palm Beach.
And what is the Child Protection Team office?
The Child Protection Team is an office that's holds forensic interviewers, and they do our forensic interviews for our cases. So a more detailed interview than my initial fact-finding interview that took place.
So both Nola and Fiona were interviewed there.
That's correct.
And subsequent to that, on February 4th of 2022, was Ronan interviewed there as well.
Yes, he was.
Now, after all of these interviews were done, what did you do as part of your investigation?
As part of my investigation, I served a search warrant and I served and executed a search warrant on Ring, which was the camera that was inside of the room. And I began perusing the surveillance videos that were obtained through that.
So I know you kind of are describing the camera, but what is specifically Ring?
Sure. So ring.com, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, but Ring is a service that provides video doorbells. They also provide surveillance equipment and other things. And they are a cloud-based storage server. So anytime a video or anything is recorded through their service, it's uploaded and stored on their cloud server.
So you went ahead and executed that warrant for Ring.
That's correct.
And what did you get back from Ring?
Several thousands of videos, surveillance videos.
How many videos would you say there were?
Approximately 21,000.
And did you review each of those videos?
I reviewed a majority of those videos. I reviewed all of the videos in relation to the enclosure in reference to this case.
So when you say you reviewed the videos to the enclosure, were there other Ring cameras around the house?
That's correct.
Where were they?
There was, I believe, a front door camera, and I believe there was also another camera that captured an area in the backyard.
Besides the Ring search warrant, were there any other search warrants executed?
Yes.
What were those?
On February 8th, we executed a search warrant on the residence.
Your Honor, I'm showing the opposing counsel that completes the warrants as state exhibit 1A.
Mark, can you make sure the microphone, the hand mic is at the podium so they can use it? Just cut it off until they're ready to use it. And but first, I want you to restate what you did. You were walking away, and I want to remind all counsel, you are being recorded, so you've got to be close to a mic. I'll even give you the portable mic that you can carry with you. Make sure you have a microphone with you, or you're at the microphones when you're speaking. So restate what you just said, because I didn't hear you, and I doubt it got picked up on recording.
On the record, I was asking Your Honor if I could approach defense counsel to show them State's Exhibit 1A through C.
1A through T?
C.
C is in Charlie. Okay,
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
you may.
I am now showing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A through C, if you want to just go over those.
Thank you.
And then look up when you're done with them.
Sure. Okay.
And do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
These were our photos that were taken by my crime scene investigator that I directed to take.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the house looked like on February 8th, 2022, when the search warrant was executed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 1A through C.
Any objection? No objection. All right, so the court receives and accepts State's Exhibits 1A through C as in Charlie in evidence without objection.
Now, you stated on direct that you had your crime scene investigator take pictures.
That's correct.
Okay. You don't take the pictures yourself?
I do not.
And why not?
I'm not trained in taking photographs forensically, and our crime scene investigators take hours of training in regards to taking photographs, documenting crime scenes, etc.
Your Honor, at this time, permission to publish 1AC.
Granted. Okay, you're not using an Elmo? How are you doing it? Okay, all right, that'll be fine. Yes, it needs to be moved up. And right about there, I don't want you to obscure my view of the defense table. Okay. All right, and so members of the jury, if we need to move it closer, I obviously will move it as close as it needs to be for you to be able to see it clearly. But if you're able to see it clearly where it is, that's fine. But if you're not, give me the thumbs up or thumbs down and we'll move it closer. Okay, good enough. All right, we'll leave it where it is then.
So for the record, I am showing states 1C. What is this a picture of?
That is a picture of the open front door of the Ferriter residence.
And when you were speaking earlier about when you spoke to Ms. Ferriter, is that where you had been standing?
That's correct.
I'm now showing you 1A. And what is this a picture of?
That is a photo of the overall residence of the Ferriters.
Okay, and if we could go to 1B. What is this a picture of?
That is a picture of the exterior door from the garage to the exterior of the residence.
Now, when you first walk into the house, where do you go?
The foyer, it's like an open area that leads, not really a hallway, but there's a small wall, and then to the right, there's a bedroom. So in the first foyer.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as, oh, I'm sorry. You are. States 2AB.
2A through D or E?
A through B.
B, okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 2AB for identification purposes. You can look at it. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, this is a photograph of the foyer of the Ferriter residence, and it was taken at my direction, and is also in the area that I was standing and was brought into that first day.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of where you had gone on February 8th, 2022 in the residence?
Yes, it doesn't look exactly the same, but it is a fair and accurate depiction of the residence.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce States Exhibit 2AB.
Any objection?
February 8th of 2022, when they executed the search warrant. Yes.
Any objection? All right, so court receives and accepts States Exhibits 2A through B as in Bravo in evidence without objection.
And Your Honor, at this time, may the state publish?
Granted.
And just for the record, it is photos of the entrance of the house. For the record, it is States Exhibit 2A. What is this?
That is the photo you just showed me of the foyer of the Ferriter residence.
Okay. And you stated that although this was how you saw it on February 8th of 2022, you said it was different.
That's correct.
How was it different?
So on January 30th, the first day that I was there, that credenza did not have those photos placed on it. Neither was that sign with whatever phrase that is. That wasn't present either.
Now publishing States 2B. And what is this a picture of?
That is just another angle of the same foyer.
Now, when I was asking you questions, you had indicated that there was a bedroom to the right when you first walked in.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 3A through C.
C or D?
C. I'm sorry.
It's my hearing.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 3A through C if you want to look through them and then just look up. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos of the first room, Pierce's room, inside the Ferriter residence that were taken at my direction.
And are these photos accurate depiction of how you saw the room on February 8th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 3A through C.
Any objection from the defense? No objection. Court receives and accepts States Exhibits 3A through C as in Charlie in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish.
Granted.
I'm showing you State Exhibit 3A. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of the youngest Ferriter's room, Pierce's room, inside the Ferriter residence.
And on January 30th, did you see the bed like that?
No, in that room, there was no bed. There was only a crib and other items for a small child.
Okay. Turning to States Exhibit C, 3C. And is that the crib that you had indicated?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 4A through D.
Thank you.
Mhm. Yeah. I took one with the covers on. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as 4A through D. Just go ahead and look at them.
Thank you.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
How do you recognize those?
Those are photographs of the same room, but this time the bed in that bedroom has the sheets removed, and they were photos that I directed our CSI to take.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of how the room was on February 8th, 2022?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence States Exhibit 4A through D.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts States Exhibits 4A through D as in Delta in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 4.
As well as some small children.
Why were they not?
When I observed the bed in that room, I recognized the sheets from these Ring videos. I believe that was the same bed that was previously in the room, or I'm sorry, in the enclosure that was inside the garage. So I directed my CSIs to remove the sheets and to photograph the bed.
Okay. Now publishing States Exhibit 4B. And what is that?
That is a view of the interior of the room from the exterior.
And now publishing 4C. And what is that?
That's another photo of inside the room of the mattress.
Now publishing 4D. What is that?
That is a photo of same room with the dresser for Pierce, as well as the sheets except on the floor, and the mattress and box spring, and the crib, as well as some other children's toys.
Did you go to any of the other bedrooms in the house?
I did.
Did you go to any of the other siblings' bedrooms?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm showing opposing counsel what's previously marked as States Exhibit 5A through E.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 5A through B. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are photos of one of the siblings directed our CSI to take.
Are they fair and accurate depiction of how the room looked on February 8th, 2022?
Yes, they are.
During that time, the state would enter into exhibit 5AD.
Any objection? Court is in excess state exhibits 5 and 2 in evidence without objection.
Publishing 5A. What is the picture of?
That is a photograph of one of the daughters of the Ferriter's rooms.
And publishing 5B. What is
That is another angle of the same room.
that?
Air bathroom inside of the Ferriter residence.
Where was it located in the residence?
I believe it was in between the.
Sorry,
siblings.
guys, not sure what happened.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 7A through F. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7A through F. If you want a moment to look at it. Do you recognize these photos?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos of the other sibling room that I directed my CSI to take.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the room looked like on February 8th, 2022?
That they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 7A through F.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts States Exhibit A through F as in Frank in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now publishing states 7A. What is this? Or that's actually 7C. What is this a picture of?
That is a photograph of one of the siblings' beds inside of the Ferriter residence.
Okay, now publishing states exhibit 7B. What is that a picture of?
That is another angle of a bedroom inside of the Ferriter residence.
Now, after going to that bedroom, was there anywhere else in the house that you went?
Yes,
Where did you go?
the master bedroom.
And I know during our direct examination, you indicated that there was a Florida room.
That's correct.
Did you go there also?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 8A through B. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm now showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 8A through B. Do you recognize those? How do you recognize them?
Those are photographs, of the Florida room that I directed my CSI to take.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what the Florida room looked like on February 8th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence States Exhibit A through 8AB.
Any objection? Accept States Exhibit 8A through B as in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now showing you 8A. What is that a picture of?
That is a photograph of the Florida room inside the Ferriter residence.
Now, did you have your CSI tape pictures of the garage?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm showing opposing counsel what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 9. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This is a photograph of the garage from the exterior of the residence with the garage door open that I directed my CSI to take.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what the garage looked like on February 8th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 9.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts States Exhibit 9 in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
So you stated this was a photo of the garage
That's correct.
from the exterior.
That's correct.
Okay, and where is that enclosure that you had been speaking about?
If you are looking at that photograph behind the tan shelves, behind those green boxes, you'll see a white wall. Those two white walls that you see there, those are some of the walls of the enclosure.
Now, did your CSI take pictures of inside of the garage?
Yes, she did.
Your Honor, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 10A through D.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 10A through D. Just want to look through them. Do you recognize them?
I do.
And what are these?
These are photographs of the interior of the garage that I directed my CSI to take, which included photographs of an orange Home Depot bucket.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the inside of the garage looked like on February 8th, 2022?
That they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence States Exhibit 10A through D.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts States Exhibit A through D as in Delta in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now publishing States Exhibit 10A. What is this a picture of?
That is a photograph of the orange Home Depot bucket the victim had to use to urinate and defecate in.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That meets the depiction of the Home Depot bucket that was shown inside of the surveillance videos, as well as what was told to me by the victim.
Now, publishing 10B. What is this a picture of?
That is another angle of the interior of the garage that shows to the door, which leads to the exterior of the residence, with the enclosure there in view on the right of that photograph.
Now going to 10C. What is this a picture of?
That is a photograph of the shelving units that were inside the garage. As you can see on one of the lower shelving units, that's where the Home Depot bucket was placed when we arrived there on February 8th.
Your Honor, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 11A through E.
Okay.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 11A through E. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Photos of the exterior of the enclosure is my side take.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the outside of the enclosure like 22?
That they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence States Exhibit 11A through E.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts States Exhibits 11A through E as an epsilon in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Publishing States 11A. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of the exterior of the enclosure inside the garage of the Ferriter residence.
And what about for 11B?
That is another photograph of a different angle of the enclosure.
Now, if we can go to 11E.
That's
11C. What 11D, what is that a picture of?
That is a photograph of myself holding up the letter C to indicate that that was room C for the search warrant. And that is a photograph of the exterior of the enclosure inside the Ferriter garage with the door to the enclosure leaning up against the enclosure.
You also indicated that photos of the room were taken, or
That's
the
correct.
enclosure.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm showing opposing counsel what's been marked as States Exhibit 12A through C. Permission to approach the witness?
Granted.
I'm showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 12A through C. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos of the interior of the enclosure that I directed our CSI to take.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of what the interior of the structure looked like on February 8th, 2022?
That they are.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 12A through C.
Any objection? Receives and accepts States Exhibit 12A through C as in Charlie in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now, publishing 12A. What is that a picture of?
That is a photo of the interior of the enclosure.
And at that point, there was nothing in it.
That's correct. The only item that was in it was that window air conditioning.
Now, on January 30th of 2022, when you first responded to the house, what was inside that enclosure?
Inside that enclosure on that day was a desk about the size of this witness stand, as well as the box spring and mattress.
And when you're referring to the box spring and mattress, is that the same one that was in Pierce's room in the photos?
That's correct.
Overruled.
How did you know that it was the same box spring?
I reviewed the ring photos. In some of the ring surveillance photos, Ronan did not have any sheets on the bed. As you could see in the previous photos that were brought by state, you could see a very pronounced tag that was on the mattress. That tag is the same tag that I saw on the 8th. That was the same tag that I saw in several of the ring surveillance videos. So with those, I believe that that mattress is the same mattress that was inside of that room.
Now, publishing states 11B. What is that a picture of?
That is another angle of that same interior enclosure.
And 11C, or 12C, I apologize.
That is another angle of the interior of the enclosure. This time you can highlight there the door of that enclosure is off and laying against the wall.
On January 30th of 2022, when you first went to the residence, was the door like that?
The door was not like that. The door was on the door frame, hinged and utilized appropriately with the exterior deadbolt lock on the outside.
Your Honor, I'm opposing counsel showing them states exhibit 13A through C. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States Exhibit 13A through C, if you want to go through those. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos of the door of the enclosure that were taken at my direction by the CSI.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what the door looked like on February 8th, 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence States Exhibit 13A through C.
Any objection? Receive and accept States Exhibits 13A through C as in Charlie in evidence without objection.
Permission to publish?
Granted.
Now publishing 13A. What is this a picture of?
That is a photograph of the exterior of the door, highlighting the deadbolt, which was on the exterior of the enclosure, as well as the regular door knob lock, which is also on the exterior of the room.
What is a deadbolt?
A deadbolt is a locking device that most probably everyone here has at their residence to secure from anyone entering or exiting an enclosure or room.
And that lock was only on the outside of the door, right?
That's correct.
What about on the inside of the door?
On the inside, the spot where you'd have to put a key, so there was no way for, if that door was locked, for anyone on the inside to exit.
What about the lights? Did you notice any lights in the enclosure?
Yes.
And what about the light switch?
The light switch was also on the exterior of the room. It was to the left of the door in this photograph.
1 minute, Your Honor.
Granted.
Now, you stated that you had gotten that search warrant from Ring, correct?
That's correct.
And you were able to access all about 21,000 videos?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that you had reviewed those videos before?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm showing
I'm sorry.
Witness. I know it's hard because it's USB, but I'm showing you State Exhibit 14. Did you have a chance to review the videos on USB?
I did.
Okay. And are they a fair and accurate depiction of when they contact the fair on January 30th of 2022?
Yeah.
And these were obtained through the Ring search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would enter into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
Your Honor, maybe approach.
You can approach.
They better let us see these. Damn it. I'm not trying to not be able to see the evidence here. So let's hope that happens. Especially the Ring videos. I want to see those. You know, what I'm wondering is, when we talk about
Half a day in, we've had how much shit going on here. Sure.
On this way.
Yep. So, Scar's gone for a moment. Jack had to have an emergency shower, so I guess you all know how awesome that was. Right. I'm just doing and you know, when I reported this shit. I don't know why everybody's laughing up there, but I feel like it's not funny, whatever it is. They're laughing because they're not going to let us see any of this evidence.
That's that technical issue there.
And just for the record, is State's Exhibit 14 entered into evidence?
Yes, Exhibit 14 is entered into evidence over objection.
Permission to publish?
Good morning, Queenie.
And let me just be clear on that ruling, Ms. Black. Over objection is to the first two videos on Exhibit 14, without objection as to the third video.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm so glad to hear that makes someone else's day. That is awesome news.
Okay.
Thanks for letting us know. That is great.
The file number there, because that's what show up on the drive. So which one is the video 3? All right, so that's the one that's admitted in evidence without objection. The other two videos on that thumb drive are admitted in evidence over objection. So I think that's clear for the record.
Now the state will be publishing the one ending in 107000. Now, what do you see in that video?
Overruled.
Judge, court recording can't have defense.
Do we have another? Yeah, we're going to bring you a mic, Mr. Waheed, so you can have this. I mean, as much as this room is mic'd up, and if you do close mic, you don't get recorded. That's why I'm kind of anal about it. All right, go ahead, Ms. Black.
Your Honor, could we just replay that?
Yep, go ahead.
Publish the first video.
Granted.
Well, I thought it was me, but the judge said there were technical difficulties, so I don't know if it was me or not. Is she in there? What the hell?
Now publishing the exhibit ending in 299000.
Is this the third one?
It's still the second.
Still the second one.
Now publishing the last one ending in 55000.
Okay, Mark, can you make sure the volume is muted or turned completely down? Okay, all right, good. We're good to go then.
So without going into what was said, what are you doing in this video?
In that video, Mrs. Ferriter was directing me to the books that were placed on top of that desk. She advised that, I'm sorry, there was books that were on top of the desk. I was looking for other writings or anything that could have been from the victim to help me try to find out where he may be, etc.
For some reason, I can't see.
Now what just happened?
Again, I stated thought I saw a camera in the corner, but I said to myself, is that really a camera in the corner? So if you see it, I come back in and verify that, yes, there is a camera inside of the structure.
Okay, Ms. Wade, you doing the cross? All right, you may proceed.
Is it still bad, you guys? Is it breaking up still? I don't know why I can't see.
And you may proceed at your convenience.
Oh, is he doing okay, Jovi?
Detective, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You had said that you've had a myriad of roles in your journey with JPD, correct?
That's correct.
Including just, regular arrests of crimes that happen on the street, correct?
That's correct.
That would include arrests of juveniles, correct?
That's correct.
And what happens when a juvenile is arrested in Jupiter?
Sustained approach. Let me hear your argument on this, Mr. Wade.
Oh my God. Let me see. I'll watch from my phone and see if I can. See, I don't show it breaking up on my end over here, but I'm watching on my phone now. Doesn't look great. What the heck? Yeah, my son didn't get drawn this year. I don't know what that's all about. He got an elk last year. I feel like everything's better now. I hope so. You guys let me know if it's not. I just don't know why they didn't figure any of this stuff out ahead of time. This is dumb. Wow, what the hell?
All right, everyone may be seated. Point where we can have IT do what they need to do, or
Well, I think we just have to my understanding, we're set up. We just
Right.
have to go down there and.
once the cross is completed, then, or the redirect's completed, then we'll take another break to let you relocate to where you need to be. And I am going to remain in this courtroom with the defendant and with the jury.
That's fine. We spoke with IT about it, and my understanding is we're gonna be able to see you on the screen.
Yeah,
And hear you.
yeah.
And so that should be fine, Your Honor.
All right. And the only other thing is that the video link for Zoom cannot show the minors. So if I cut my video feed off, will they still be able to see me?
I don't know the answer. My understanding is we're gonna have like a closed Zoom that's just between us and this courtroom. That's not open to the public.
Okay, that may mean I need to change my video input because I'm working off the owl now, but I'll make sure that I do that so that it just shows me.
And just like pursuant to statute when it's in camera, there just has to be an opportunity for the defendant to consult with his attorney. So I don't know if we need it like after the draft, we take a little break.
We will. I want to make sure that the defendant's provided with all the due process rights he is entitled to. So what I will do is I'll look to you, sir, Mr. Ferriter, and you can just give me the nod if you need to speak with your attorneys, or if your attorneys want to state on the record after the direct that you wish to speak with your client, let me know, and I'll certainly provide that opportunity for that to occur. That will be fine. That will be fine. All right, court will be in recess. I've got 3 o'clock, so we'll be in recess to 3:10.
Well, I feel like we've been in recess more than anything. Oh yeah, they were in sidebar. Natalie, that's funny. Yeah, when they're talking to the judge, they're up there and they turn the sound off. And they've been up there a lot, actually. So hopefully when they get back, we can watch this video. I want to see the... I was trying to find right now some video, the Ring camera. Because I don't know if they're going to give it to us. Because I've heard about this Ring video, but I've never seen it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Wonder if it's, lately they just do things so dumb. Like, we would have to look at any evidence we'd have to look at later on. They would release it later that day or the next day. I don't understand. In the Gavin Stout case, they showed everything. And that was very recent. So I thought maybe we were just going to pull that shit for like Murdoch and Lori Vallow and crap. But I don't know. It's like maybe I'm wrong. Oh, I bet, Joey. Were you dressed up the most? Camera footage. They didn't, Frazzled. From what I understand, they had them outside the house, outside the front and outside the back, but not inside the house.
That's my understanding. Dang it, I want to see those. I can't find them anywhere.
And first at noon, parents accused of locking their adopted son in a small room for hours at a time are out on bond.
Has anybody seen them? Oh, wow. Well, good. You know, I saw somewhere where it said that Lori Vallow's case here in Arizona is supposed to start on the 11th, but I don't believe that. I don't see how that's possible. Oh, no, not that. Not that. All right, stop. I'm gonna see. Let me see. I know she just got new attorneys, but that's normal. I think she needed different attorneys for the appeal process. Saw the wife sitting with, yeah. I saw the wife there too. I was trying to look at her court papers. Jeez. When does Chad start? It's next year sometime. Yeah, April 24. Jeez. That is nuts, right? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, they do. They almost look like siblings, huh, Frazzled? Oh my God, you're right.
All right, back in session on State versus Ferriter. Still waiting on Ms. Coakley, is that correct? You think we proceed without her? Okay. All right, Mr. Wahid, are you ready to continue with your cross? All right, you may go ahead and bring the jurors in, Mark.
Jeez. Oh, she's going to trial in Arizona. She's going to be extradited to Arizona for Charles, her ex-husband,
All right.
and attempted murder of Brandon. So no new one in Idaho. When she comes to Phoenix, I want to go to that trial. I'm planning to go.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Wahid, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Let's get on with it, folks. That is his wife right behind him. That is so weird. They look like they're brother and sister. I didn't even think about that. Wow. Am I peeling? Oh, no, I'm scratching my eczema. Sorry. My daughter told me she can hear me scratching when I'm live, and I forget. Yeah, town crier. Then when she gets in here, when she gets to Phoenix, I'm going to stalk that shit. I can't stand that bitch.
So, Detective, you spoke to Ty shortly after he came out of the school, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to.
Well, the child you know is Ronan, who we've started calling Ty as well. So I'm just trying to use the name he wishes to be used now as Ty. So
Okay,
all right. So you spoke to him shortly after he was picked up at school, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. You turn on the TV. So I'm going to, so you saw what he looked like, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And it was the same day, it was probably within an hour of him being picked up from school, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you a short video clip of that. We can get the TV working. There we go. All right. Go ahead and play that. Okay. Do you recognize that child?
I do.
And who's that?
That is the victim in this case.
That's Ronan or Ty Ferriter?
That's correct.
Okay. And the date of this body worn is 1/31 of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
And is that the day you spoke to him at JPD?
That's correct.
And was he wearing what he's wearing here?
Yes, he was.
Okay. So this is what he looked like at that time, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to move.
She is being charged town crier. They just have different trials.
Any objection? All right, court receives and accepts defendant's exhibit 1 in evidence without objection.
All right, defense team.
It's 1 in evidence, and we did mark the prior, so let's keep it sequential. Let's keep it The first exhibit will be 1 for ID purposes, which was not admitted, and the objection was sustained. So this will be Exhibit 2 in evidence without objection. Are you okay with that numbering, Ms. Moran? I don't want to screw your numbering up.
Whatever number you all want to use, I'm good with.
So that way we keep the original 1 separate, even though it's only ID. All right. So, all right. In any event, 2 comes in evidence.
Correct.
That is correct.
That is it. Just that section of the video that you saw. Now, at some point, you and other SWAT officers executed a search warrant on the home of the Ferriters, correct?
That's correct.
That was on February 8th of 22?
That's correct.
And the pictures that we saw on direct were after the execution of the search warrant?
That's correct.
And it was after the officers had already gone through and looked at everything that they needed to look for, correct? They were executing a search warrant, so they'd gone in and looked around the house.
They'd gone in and cleared the residence to make sure that the residence was clear and safe, and made sure that it was okay for me to go and look for evidence that I needed. Yes.
All right. And and then it was after that you then had CSI come in and take the pictures that you just introduced on direct, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the officers that you were with, including yourself, were all wearing body-worn camera, correct?
That's correct.
And you walked through the house and you could see the layout of the house and all of the rooms exactly as they were at the time where you first got there, correct?
The layout was the same. Yes, that's correct.
And the way it looked is the way it looked when you first walked in on February 8th of 22, correct?
That's correct.
So those body-worn cameras would be a true and accurate depiction of what the house looked like, both the layout and the
I don't believe they are
physical objects
divorced.
in the house
I
on
think they're
February 8th
still
of 22.
together.
Correct.
And that body worn would be earlier
And
than those.
I would
crime
like
scene
to see
pictures,
both
correct?
of Melanie's
In time?
fry.
That's correct.
Okay. This time, Judge, I'd move to introduce body-worn
Definitely.
camera from February
Melanie
8th,
Pulowski.
22, the execution of the search warrant on the Ferriter home.
Do you have the exhibit?
We do.
All right. So what exhibit? Exhibit 3?
It's a video.
Exhibit 3, right? Okay. All right. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we would object. We approach.
You can approach.
Approach, approach, approach. Shit. All right, kitty, fly, kitty, get on with the damn show. No apologies necessary. Yeah, I would love to see at least Melanie Pulowski. I mean, my God. And then look what she pulled in Lori's trial. I cannot believe she was not charged with contempt. Oh my gosh. What a shit. She really is. And she knew everything. Yeah, she knew everything. I think Melanie Gibb also knew most everything. Yeah. Yep. But I know for sure Melanie Pulowski knew every damn thing. She did. And she was trying to get her kill her husband too. She was right along with that shit. Isn't it so cute, Queen? Hi. Yesterday I left all the kids here for about 30 minutes with Mr. Snotty and my oldest granddaughter. And he was so sad that I was gone. When I got home, he just kept laughing like a goofy nut job. Like,
He would just look at me and laugh. Hi, Jack Jack. Where'd you happy? Yeah. Yes, you were so happy to see Dobby. You were so happy to see you, Dobby. Yes, you were. Yes. Yeah, just a while ago, I looked at him and I thought, wow, I cleaned you up after you had your after he had his root beer float. And I'm like, oh Lord, that's not, yikes. I'll haul him into the shower and oh, you stinker. Need to keep it on. I know, it was so gross. I don't know why I just let myself think that it's not that right out of the bat. Oh, yeah, they call me Dobby. Dobby. My 13-year-old started that. My 13-year-old grandson. Yeah, I have the same opinion as you, Town Crier. Yes, I do. Do you guys ever watch the channel Murderous Heart? She actually just started doing videos again. She had cancer and she was pretty sick for a while, but it's Joe Ryan's sister, so Tylee's aunt, and her name is Annie. Oh my God, it's just.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we're going to take another break. I need to review some video before I have it presented to you, if at all. So that means we're going to take a quick recess for you, and we'll call you back as soon as I've done what I need to do out here. So don't get too comfortable, but it'll be, I'm told the video is 13 minutes, and I do need to review it prior to making an evidentiary ruling.
Is this for real? No, they do. I don't even understand this. I'm so serious. This is supposed to last a week. This is what's going to happen to me every time I turn around, huh?
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, so let's cue up this video for me to review.
Maybe we can see the video.
Yeah, so Ms. Murad, thank you. Go right. I only want you to show me what you're intending to play before the jury and what will be admitted into evidence. And I think you also need to state clearly on the record which body cam segment it is for which officer so that it's readily identifiable for record purposes.
I would have to look and see which body worn camera it is. When I was provided it, we don't necessarily get that. I did not get the evidence.com link. However, this is a body worn camera. I'll put it in the exhibit. It's 2020. I'll figure out a way to identify it. And we're starting this at 4:20.
Okay. Yeah, just turn it so I can see it.
And this is defense exhibit 3. It is the body worn of the execution of the search warrant on December 8th.
All right, you can hit play, and this is a 13-minute segment.
No, it's being played from 4:20.
Looks about 8 minutes, I guess.
You're the police department, get a search warrant for the resident. Please step out of the home, do it now. You're the police department. We have a search warrant for this resident. Please step out of the home, do it now. Just go ahead and be on that thing. You're the police department. We have a search warrant for 277, Grand Point North. If there's anybody present in this residence, please step out with your hands up, do it now. Are you on slide? No. They want you to move. Yep. You guys have a ball? Yeah, we have a ball. All right, thank you.
That's where I make a note at 519.
Cheers, come here, shield. Shield. You're the police department, search warrant. You want to unlock this? You're the police department, search warrant. Oh, yeah. Take that from yourself. You're the police department, search warrant. All right, ready to clear this one? Hold your own place of law. Give me one more. Give me one. Gotcha. Police department, search warrant. On the bathroom and on the level over here. All right, let's go this way first. Hold this speed right here. Clear. Clear coming out. Oh, yeah, this is all. Yep. All right. Hold. Hold. Clear. Look on that. Was it? Clear. From the right there.
This is bull crap that we can't watch this.
And yes, I agree. Colby absolutely breaks my heart. He continues to break my heart right now. Like, that poor kid. And I know that, you know, he's had a lot of struggles with in his marriage and all that. I know my grandson's stepmother ran into him at Walmart during the trial, actually, and she said he had on an Amazon uniform. So, and he was with his whole family, she said. So that made me feel better, because I know they were split up for a while, at least. Yeah, I mean, just like he told her in that in that jail room call, he told her that, you know, she took everybody from him, and she did. You know, Annie, Joe Ryan's sister, she feels like he knew a lot more. I think a lot of people knew things weren't right. I don't think that anybody could have ever guessed what would happen. I can't go along with that. He wrote a book. Has anybody read his book? Right. She with no one. Annie Cushing, that's her name. You know, she of course doesn't, she thinks that Colby was not honest about the allegations made about her brother and stuff. You know, of course I have my feelings about that too, because, you know, Lori went after him and who knows? You know, I feel she lied about a lot of things. I don't know that that was true. He says it was true. I don't know whether it was or not. I know he was a child. And I'm sure that his mother had him, you know, they had nonsense going on a lot in his life. Me either, Town Crier. Yeah, I was so happy when I heard that too, because I hadn't been able to find anything about it. I know. I feel like I just want to go and mother him. Because the whole family is crazy. You know, that the parents, you know, about what went on with kids, you know, all them from the dad. And, you know, they were all letting Charles support them. He bought cars, he paid for everyone's cell phones. I mean, he did everything for the whole damn family. Can't even imagine that. Yeah, he did. He had a podcast for a while, but every time I've checked, there was nothing new for quite a while. And I haven't checked for a little bit, but don't you feel that way about Colby too, Queen? I always do too. I'm always like, oh, I can't handle that. He actually, Queen, he looks so much like my daughter's first husband. Oh my God. They could be brothers for sure. And then he just has that look that makes you want to hug him and say, I'm so sorry. My God. I mean, I guess he should feel lucky he got out of that shit alive. He wasn't worth any money to her, though. That's all. That's the only reason. I know. And that just was, ugh. I know. I know, me too, Queen. I know. I know sometimes I'm like, you know, I think about people like him more than I think about him a lot. It hurts my heart. What are we doing now?
There are some portions where beginning from, I know that
Mark, Mike.
The house.
Yes, but in a way that's not, in a way that's probative and not unduly prejudicial. And that's a concern I have. So I want you to address the prejudice argument, because after seeing the video, I have some concern about prejudice of showing that. And there being much more available means to show the layout of the house without having the potential prejudice of showing guns drawn by law enforcement on the execution of a search warrant.
So I don't know who the prejudice is to, but the fact is that the layout of the house, first of all, this is the first time they go into the house, is the best evidence of what that house looked like before any law enforcement touched anything. Secondly, the pictures that were introduced while of each room don't actually show the proximity and the distance. For example, the garage to the kitchen, and it's one short hallway between the two, that where the master bedroom is, where where they decided to put the toddler, which is right across from the master bedroom. And also, you're going through
I don't
the
know
house, you
for
get
sure,
the
Jovi.
size of the house.
I
It's not
don't.
a, 5,000, 6,000
Sitting
square
right
foot house.
behind
It's
him,
about a
the
3,000
court.
square foot house. You also get a sense of the proximity of the children's rooms. They go in and there's one room, bathroom, room. These are all very tight. These are generally small rooms. You get a better sense of that, the size of those rooms.
Mr. White, are you telling me there are no other body-worn cam videos that don't have weapons drawn that can achieve the same purpose of showing the layout of the house?
So
I could be wrong, you guys.
We looked through to find, so obviously all the officers who are breaching have weapons drawn. So we went through for those officers who first go in to see. Now, I think the officer whose body camera we have shown the court has the least amount of time where there's a gun in the picture. As you could see most of the house from that. It's not blocking the view, which is why that one is selected. And I think every officer upon entry had a gun drawn. So there is not one picture or video of body worn on entry without a gun.
So
Or
it's in because they want to make the kid look like
I did not
a
hear a
victim.
question about Officer Ryan, I think,
Look
was called,
bad.
whether he had a body-worn camera. He was the first one there. He went and observed the
Like he deserved.
the first witness. Are there any other? The very Ryan Kolnick. He didn't. All right. The first officer that went inside was whom? He did not have a body-worn camera. All right, so is there any body-worn camera that shows the layout of this premises at any point in time at or near the time of the alleged incident?
And after the breaching, where the officers are walking around the house and during the execution of the search warrant, but there's not a walk.
Okay. All right, my ruling is I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I find this, quite frankly, to be unduly prejudicial to both sides, and the prejudice is outweighed by the probative value of merely showing the layout of the premises. It's without prejudice to the defense to use other means, other body-worn camera segments to show the layout in a situation that's not nearly as energized as what's shown on this body-worn camera here. So if you've got other body-worn camera that shows layout or where the rooms are situated or what's in the rooms where guns are not drawn, I will allow it. But I'm not going to allow the playing of this video before the jury. Let's have this marked as Defense Exhibit 3 for ID.
Why didn't they
and it will
handle
be part
this
of the record
during
for appellate purposes?
discovery?
All right. Mr. Wade, are you ready to continue with your cross? All right, you may go ahead and have the jurors brought back out. Let's go ahead and take that off the screen.
Silly.
Jury entering.
I feel like we haven't found out a single thing today, other than
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Wade, you may continue with your cross-examination.
those cops don't do a lot around there.
Detective, on direct examination, you said you so you had subpoenaed all of the Ring videos, correct?
That's correct.
And those Ring videos were from January 5th to February 1st of 2022, correct?
Excuse me. I apologize. May I refer to the search warrant?
Yes.
Thank you. And the date range was from December 28th 2021 to January 31st, 2022.
December 28th, 2021 to January 28th, you said?
December 28th, 2021 to January 31st, 2022.
All right. And in that month and a few days, there were 21,000 print video clips that you obtained, correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed most of them, correct?
That's correct.
And on direct, you said that that the child used that Home Depot bucket to both urinate and defecate.
That's correct.
Which video did you ever see where he defecated in that bucket?
I did not see a video where he defecated in the bucket.
And you're aware that the Ferriters had very recently moved into that house, correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere in late December of 2021.
That's correct.
Shortly before the Ring camera was set up and where the dates of the videos start. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in the pictures that you'd introduced on direct, you can see in the master bedroom a picture, a big picture that is still on the ground in the master bedroom. You see boxes in other parts of the house. There is still an effort of moving in happening that you can see evidenced in those pictures, correct?
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
If you're saying that it appears that they were just moving in, it didn't appear to me that they were just moving in, and the residence, it appeared that the residence had been lived in for some time, especially if you looked in the garage, you could see that there were several items that were there that had been appeared to be stored there for some time, and there was also a subsequent enclosure in which the victim was made to stay in.
So it's your position that they had not recently moved in?
My position is, you stated by those photographs, if I could speculate, if it appeared that they had just moved in. By those photographs, no. By their testimony and what was told to me, I was advised that they had just recently purchased the house, and I was advised that they had just recently moved into the house. Those photographs, to me, it didn't appear just.
When you came to the house January 30th, that was the first time you came to the house, correct?
That's correct.
And Tim Ferriter was not at the house, correct?
That's correct.
And you subsequently learned he wasn't even in the country at the time, correct?
That's correct.
No other questions?
Any redirect? Yes, Your Honor. All right, you may begin, Ms. Black.
On cross, you were asked about seeing Ronan defecating in the Home Depot box?
That's
or
correct.
The bucket? Okay. But you said that you did not see that on video.
That's correct.
That was not on the video in the Jupiter home, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But he did speak to you about what had happened in Arizona.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Sir, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you for being here. Okay, so you're not excused from all further proceedings, but you're excused for purposes of your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for the next witness, we need to set up the technology so that it can be properly presented to you. So it's going to be about a 10-minute process.
Shut up.
I'm going to have you retired to the jury room again. It
Oh,
will be that
my
long. As soon as we're
God.
geared up to present the testimony to you through the technology, then we'll have you right back out here.
Wow.
All right, everyone may be seated. Before I let the attorneys leave for the other courtroom, is there any special instruction that the state wishes the court to read regarding the in-camera testimony that they're going to be seeing?
down Arizona. And I know that Your Honor had introduced that evidence as voting blood.
All right, so two things. I will read that instruction, but I also think because this testimony is being presented to them in a way that is not the normal process with somebody on the witness stand, that I can just give them an instruction off the top of my head that they're to regard this testimony the same as they would any other testimony received in this courtroom and to consider it for all purposes. Any objection to that from either side? Okay.
My recommendation on the willing door one though is I'll alert you and then I'll just stop and Your Honor can instruct.
Okay, so you'll let me know at the appropriate time that the state wishes to have that read. That's fine with the board. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the rule of sequestration has been invoked, and that is a rule of evidence and procedure that says that if there are any prospective witnesses that are in the courtroom, you must leave and remain outside of the courtroom until you are called as a witness. That's designed so that the witnesses do not get the opportunity to hear any other testimony prior to their own testimony. Once your testimony is concluded, usually the witnesses can remain in the courtroom after that time and view the remaining part of the proceedings. I do rely on counsel to tell me and keep track of the gallery, to tell me if there are any witnesses that you intend to call that have come into the courtroom and alert me as quickly as possible so that I can make sure that they're asked to leave. Are there any witnesses that are in the courtroom right now that either side intends to call? All right, has either side seen any witnesses during any of the testimony thus far of people
Me
in the
too,
courtroom
Tom Pryor.
that they would intend to
Seriously,
be
they're gonna
calling
be
as
like, is
witnesses
this
in
a
this case?
freaking joke or what?
Here, but I don't know if she intends to call her.
Yeah, I don't intend to.
Yeah, I think in an abundance of caution, you should have her step out if she's on the witness list, unless you formally excuse her from the list.
And I just, because there are out-of-state witnesses that have watched some of the proceedings via Zoom, I do want to make that clear that applies to any of them. I don't know
I've
if
advised
anyone.
all my witnesses not to even watch it on television.
The rule applies to all witnesses, whether you're in this courtroom or whether you're here virtually through Zoom, or whether you're watching through some televised proceeding of this trial. You're not to be viewing the testimony of any witnesses that have testified prior to you. You can be asked that on your direct or cross-examination. So I would tell all witnesses that are listed or that are expected to testify that if you are on Zoom, you should not be listening to, in fact, you shouldn't even be on Zoom right now while we're in the testimony phase of the case until such time as you've been called. Once your testimony is concluded, then you could log back on and
Right, we already know
observe
about
the
this shit.
proceedings.
This is everywhere.
Ms. Coakley, how long is it anticipated for you two to do what you have to do in courtroom 10G? All right, so anything that I need to address beforehand, all right, so we're gonna. Okay, so let's shoot for 10 minutes so that we squeeze every bit out of the day that we can today. How long is this witness expected to take?
I think that the full hour should be enough time.
Okay, all right, so let's definitely try to get it all set up within the 10-minute time period. And then IT is going to set it up here, so you'll give me the thumbs up from courtroom 10G once you're ready, and then I will give the instruction to the jurors prior to the start of that testimony.
This could be like done during the testimony. I'll let you know. This
Okay,
one.
so is Ms. Black going to remain in this courtroom? Okay, all right, good enough. All right, good enough then. All right, so we have all bases covered with counsel present in the courtroom and the court. Okay, good enough. All right, so Ms. Coakley, you go get set up, and Mr. Waheed, you're going to be in the other courtroom, correct? All right, court will be in recess for 10 minutes, and IT can go ahead and set up my system now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Town Crier. That's what I'm wondering. When did they not go through any of this prior to? I mean, this stuff usually gets handled prior to them starting the trial. I don't get it. Jovi, I don't think so.
I don't think so, ma'am. Yeah, Jovi, he pulls him down now. That's the whole thing. Slides right out of him. So that even makes it worse because then it just gets everywhere. And for whatever, last week he was doing very good going potty on the toilet. This week he is not gone at all. He just goes into a complete fit when I try to put him on there. So I don't know, kind of going backwards in this. No, it's not telling you anything, Jovi. I don't believe so. I think this courtroom is trying to tell us that they don't have their shit together. I think that for sure. Because come on, man. Man. Come on, man. You should have seen Jack when Jack was eating his root beer float. He was just laughing, giggling like he was so excited about it. Oh, wait. I just heard from Wandering. She said she's having family emergency. So if everyone could keep her in their prayers. No, they decided they didn't show it to us, Natalie, and they also did not let us know, or they didn't show it to the jury either. They decided that the jury couldn't watch that. So, no, you haven't missed anything. The jury's been out of the room most of the time, it seems like. Supposed to be coming back in. I don't know if they're going to let us see this video or not. They better. Make someone's day better. That's absolutely true. It has to be. I know I've talked to people not anything up on my phone, and we don't have an Alexa or anything. We got rid of all that stuff. Next thing you know, I was getting ads for it. Oh, absolutely, Joey. No, it is temporary. Someday I know it goes so fast. It does, believe me. I don't love it, I can tell you that, but it was body-worn camera footage from apparently when the cops had they pulled their gun on the boy. That's what it sounded like anyway. We didn't get to see it. Oh, it's very poorly organized. Exactly. Now that's what I've decided too. It's irritating as crap. Yep, it really is. You'd think they would have gone through this stuff. Oh, it was so good to have you here, Town Crier. We'll be here tomorrow watching this. Hopefully we'll see something tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. He's laughing at this show. It's funny. Wow, this is irritating me. It. You're okay, Joey. It was not on purpose. Yeah, hey, get out of there. No, 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 no. Hey, 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 crazy. That wild man over here. No, I know. That's why I said I've heard someone said the days are short and the days are long and the years are short. And I'm like, wow, that's so true. This child is cracking me up right now. Hello, Mama. Hey, no, 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 no. Come here. How are you? This is a very unorganized courtroom. So we are staying like this most of the day. This one's only supposed to last a week, and it better not last longer because they're down like they are. I never expected Murdoch to go 6 weeks. About lost my mind. I hear something.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Nancy, hear me?
That's fine the way it is. I just want to make sure that from a Zoom standpoint, my Zoom, they're only receiving audio at this point.
Yes.
Okay, that's all set
I'm
up.
on a Zoom as well, so I can-
Okay, so they're receiving audio, not video. This is a dedicated link to here, so I think we're good to go.
It's not gonna-
He's got his diaper off again.
Okay, Ms. Black, please, the witnesses, can you testify first? Okay, do we have the clerk there to administer oath, or are we going to do the oath remote?
I'm not sure if you're listening. You try.
Your Honor, I don't know if you can hear me. And this is Brianna Coakley.
All right, can you hear me fine, Ms. Coakley?
I can hear you fine. We do not have the clerk here. If the clerk was going to come, I was going to ask if she could bring the photographs that were just entered, so I can show them to this witness. But if not, it's not a major deal.
All right, so that's what I'm going to have one of the clerks, if you could, go down to 10G and take the photographs so that Ms. Coakley and Mr. Waheed has them physically. And then once you've administered the oath, then you could come back. Ms. Coakley, are there going to be any other exhibits that the clerk's going to have to manage?
No, and we're not going to enter any exhibits. I just want to show some of the photographs.
Okay. All right. So once you get down there, Dana, we'll get the jurors in here and we'll go ahead and start by having you do the oath in the presence of the jurors. Any objection? All right. So when the jury comes back out, just move 15 in evidence because I like to receive evidence in front of the jury. Okay. All right. So Mr. Waheed, Ms. Coakley, are you ready to proceed?
Otherwise, you're ready.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and bring the jurors. No, as soon as Dana gets there, it'll only take a minute, then we'll get started. And while we're waiting for her to get there, am I okay with both sides with me telling the jury that both the state and the defense have agreed that the next witness's testimony can be taken in the manner that it's being presented to them? Because it ended up being by agreement, correct?
That's fine, Your Honor.
No. I'm talking about the method of testimony. That was by agreement of the parties. All right. Okay.
Okay, I changed my mind. I don't like this judge. Oh my God, Mom is a boss. Sorry.
Our IT
Oh,
people
yikes.
for working through the logistics of this. It's kind of tricky having a Zoom link and also doing in-camera type testimony.
Well, it is 2023.
For those, people that are watching and listening to the proceedings on Zoom during this stage of the trial, you will still receive the audio link from the court, but you will not receive the video link because the parties have agreed that the testimony of the witness in terms of any broadcast, her likeness and image will be blurred out or not shown. Ms. Coakley, I don't see you there yet, so for me to arrive. So
The entering
Okay.
A second.
All right.
The show, telling. And I love the Pete's sake, stop it.
Before we start this.
Oh my God.
With that, Ms. Coakley, are you ready to call your next witness?
We are, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Fiona Ferriter.
Okay. All right. This time I'm going to have the clerk in courtroom 10G.
Are we
If
all
you could
back
go
now?
ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Ferriter.
Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
All
Believe it or
right.
not, we didn't miss anything.
Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please tell us how old you are? And what grade are you currently in? Now, tell us a little bit
Ms.
about
Ms.
how
Coakley, Ms. Coakley, I have not heard her last two answers. Let's do a mic test on her.
So the judge indicated that you won't hear, so we're gonna try. You go ahead and give us how old you are again. 17.
All right, that's better. Okay. All right, and just
Is that
stop for just.
acceptable, Your Honor?
That is acceptable, but I wanted to just get a sound check and a video check from the jurors. Video is fine as far as the distance. Then if you have any problem with sound, raise your hand so I can alert them as quickly as possible. All right, that's good. Ms. Coakley, you may proceed.
Fiona, I think you're a little soft-spoken, so because we're dealing with these mics, we're just gonna try and you speak as loud as possible, if that's okay. 17 years old. Are you nervous about being here today? Is this a topic that you like to talk about? No. Is it kind of embarrassing to be here and have to talk about these things?
Okay,
When
I'm
you're
gonna, Ms.
nervous,
Coakley,
I heard.
Ms. Coakley, I'm gonna have to have your assistance to make sure she does everything she can to project, because she has a very soft voice and it's not coming. If I'm not hearing it, I know my jurors are not hearing it. So, Ms. Ferriter, as best you can, even if you have to feel like you're shouting, make sure you project, okay? Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Coakley.
When you are nervous, I noticed you giggled a little bit. Is that a nervous tick that you have?
I get nervous, so I do that a little. Yeah.
Now, we're here to talk, do you know what we're here to talk about, more or less?
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about how your family was made up in January of 2022. So that's right when you moved back to Florida. Who was part of your family at that point? Okay. And tell us about your siblings. What were their names? Okay. Who is the oldest sibling in your family? Okay.
So,
I see here, she is speaking like very close to the microphone and pretty clear here, and we're gonna help us.
he can increase the gain, and I'm going to ask you to go back to the last two questions because I think that's where she dropped off. Maybe you can increase the gain on that mic. Oh, I can hear you fine. Hers voice is excessive. Say that again. All right, as long as you keep that level, I think you've been on the sidelines watching a sports event and yelling. Don't be afraid to do that, so go ahead.
Yeah, I think you're telling us about the makeup of your family in December of 2022. I asked you, you said you lived with your two parents. What were their names?
Timothy and Tracy.
Okay. And you said that you lived with three siblings. Tell me the three siblings' names.
Ronan, Nola, and Ronan, Nola, and Pierce.
And you said that you were the oldest sibling. What's the next sibling in age order?
That would be Ronan.
And then who comes next?
Nola.
And then who's the last? How close in age are you to Ronan, approximately?
2 years.
Okay, so you're 2 years older?
Roughly.
Okay, so
I
you're
think I'm better
17
now.
Almost 18?
Correct.
And so
I
he's
moved
about
closer to the
15,
rotor.
just turned 16 approximately?
16.
Yeah, he just turned 16. And how far away is between Ronan and Nola in age? If you don't know, that's okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
Are you guys kind of relatively close in age?
Yeah, we're all relatively close.
Within a year or two of each other?
Correct.
Were you close in grades in school?
Correct. Yes.
And how about Pierce? Is he close in age?
No.
Okay, how old is Pierce now? Approximately.
I want to guess 4.
Okay, so he's kind of, through much of this, was a smaller baby or a toddler?
Yes.
Okay, while you and your sister Nola and Ronan were much closer in age?
Yes, you were.
Are you, or were you originally born in the United States?
No,
Where were you born?
I was born in China.
Okay. How did you end up coming to the United States?
I was adopted.
Okay. And who were you adopted by?
Interest.
Do you know how old you were when you were adopted?
No.
Were you a baby or a toddler?
I could walk sort of, so maybe in between.
Okay. So a little though.
Yes.
Now, do you know whether or not your brother Ronan was born in the United States?
Yes. No, he wasn't born.
Okay. Do you know where he was born?
Vietnam.
Okay. Was he also adopted?
Yes.
Okay. What about Nola? Was she adopted?
No.
And Pierce, was he adopted?
No.
Now, you said that in January in 2022, everyone lived together. And where did you live? What city did you live in?
We lived in Jupiter.
Is that in Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Now, growing up in the time that you were living in Jupiter, maybe one before, who was kind of the rule maker for your parents?
Timothy, my dad.
Was Tracy involved in enforcing the rules or making the rules?
She helped support the meeting.
Okay, but who was the one that dictated what the rules and what you had to follow?
Tim.
If you had a dispute or disagreement about a rule or whether or not it was fair, is that something that you could talk about with Tim?
No.
Okay, and why is that?
Because he would reason us out of it, or I just wouldn't be able to say anything.
Was he the disciplinarian in the house?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about, you said in January of 2022, you guys lived in Florida. When did you come to Florida?
We moved roughly in December. I'm sorry, the years are a little confusing.
So I think we said January of 2022 was when you were with your family, when you guys lived together as a family.
Correct.
Did you move that December right before?
Yeah, December previous.
Okay, so that would have been December of 2021?
Correct.
So the time frame that we're talking about, is that like 5 or 6 weeks
Roughly.
that you lived in that house in Jupiter?
Yes.
Okay. And you moved to Florida. Where did you move from?
We moved from Arizona.
How long had you been in Arizona at that point?
Approximately 5 years.
Prior to Arizona, where did you live?
Florida.
So this was your second time coming back to Jupiter, Florida?
Yes.
When you lived in Florida before, was that like elementary school age, much younger?
Yes. Up until 5th grade.
Now, when you moved back to Jupiter, what neighborhood did you move into?
When we moved back?
Yeah, in
Egret Landing.
What type of house was that?
It was a small one-story house.
Okay. Single family home?
Correct.
Okay. How many bedrooms did it have?
3.
Who had the bedroom?
So the master bedroom were Tim and Tracy. Nola and I each had our own bedroom. And then, yeah, I guess if you want to count the one in the garage as a bedroom, then that's where, Pierce had his bedroom in the office. They made that into his own room.
Okay, and you said that I wanted to count something in the garage. What do you mean by that? What was in the garage?
They had a room built for rugby.
Who had it built?
My parents.
Okay, so Tim and Tracy had that room specifically built into the garage?
Correct.
Okay. Is that room already there by the time you moved?
I don't remember.
Okay, but was it there at the very least shortly thereafter?
I saw it at least.
And
I know,
when you say that
Joby.
it's in the garage, was everyone else's room in the main house?
Correct. Yes.
And Ronan was the only one that's in the garage?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you what has already been and shown to the jury. There's some pictures of your home.
Okay.
I want to see if you recognize any of them. You mentioned that you had, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as evidence as state 7A and F. Just take a look at it and tell me if you recognize whose room that is.
Yeah, that's my room.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as states 5, A through D. It's another bedroom in the home. Whose bedroom is that?
That would be Nola's.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as state A through D.
Yes, this one's yours.
And these mattresses on the floor here, is that were there mattresses on the floor in Pierce's room, or was there just a crib in there?
There was a lot of things there. I can't remember specifically.
Is that a place where like Ronan slept?
No.
Okay, so just Pierce slept in there by himself?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence of state 6. Tell me what that shows.
Bathroom.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence of state 9. What does that show us a picture of?
That's the garage.
And in stage 9, you said that there was a structure built that your parents specifically built in the garage. Can you see it in that picture?
Yes, it's behind the racks.
Okay. Is that white building?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that white structure that's in the garage.
Yeah, that little white box in there.
Let's talk about it. Did that have any windows?
No.
Did it have a lock from the outside?
Yes.
Did it have any access from in the garage to a bathroom?
No.
Okay. And did it have lights inside of it?
I can't remember.
Now, is that the room that Ronan slept in?
Yes.
Is that room, other than just sleeping times, did he spend time or was he put in that room?
Yes.
Was Ronan allowed to be in the house by himself?
No.
Was he allowed to walk freely through the house?
No.
Was he allowed to do something like watch TV in the living room?
Not alone.
Were you allowed to do that?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to do that?
Yes.
What about snacks? Was there food freely available to Ronan in the kitchen?
No.
Would he be allowed to go and take a snack out of the fridge?
No.
What about get a drink of water if he was thirsty? Is that something he would be allowed to do?
Maybe water if someone watched him.
Only if someone watched him. And only if he's out of the room.
Yes.
Were you allowed to take a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to get a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Were there times that you would receive special treats, like, desserts or snacks?
Correct.
What would happen in those instances? Would they be shared with all of your siblings?
We usually rewards, and usually Nola and I receive them. It wasn't often that time.
Okay. Are there some times that once in a while he would receive a reward?
Very rare.
But were there times where you and Nola were getting a reward and Ty was not included in having special treats or snacks?
Yeah.
Are there times through in this household growing up, were you someone who was observant of how your parents treated your other siblings?
Yes.
Did you watch and listen to things that were happening?
Yes.
Throughout your childhood?
I did.
Are you an observant person?
I would consider myself to be.
Did you ever see Ty or Ronan get punished?
Yes.
Was the type of punishment that Ty or Ronan got the same type of punishment that you or Nola would get for the same type of conduct?
No.
How was it different?
It was either more extreme or something completely different than what we received.
Were you ever locked in your room or prevented from leaving?
No.
Did you ever have to go to the bathroom only in a bucket?
No.
Were you ever required to be alone in your room in the dark?
No.
Were you and Nola allowed to have phones?
Yes.
Were you allowed to play games on your devices?
Yes.
Play games.
No. Not unsupervised.
Was he allowed to have a device?
No.
Now, you said that you saw Ty, through your time in Florida, or Ronan get punished. Did you ever see him get punished for little things?
Yes.
Like what?
For me, it would be just not answering questions Maybe he plays a little too rough with one of us, or he talks back.
When you say he wasn't answering questions, what do you mean?
Let's say he did something wrong and they asked him about it. He wouldn't say anything. He just wouldn't answer them.
And what would be the response to that?
If he didn't answer them to a certain point, he'd be sent to his room. Or if he did answer, he'd still be sent to his room.
And when he's sent to his room, is he then allowed to leave?
No.
Is he locked in there?
Yes, he did leave. I don't know if he was locked all the time, but I know he wasn't allowed to leave.
Did you see both Tim and Tracy force him into the room? Make him go into the room?
I've heard both of them tell him to do it.
And did you see both Tim and Tracy involved in the punishment and discipline?
Can you be more specific?
Well, there's some things that one person did or the other person did, but were they both?
They were both involved with the punishment.
Now, over time, growing up with your brother, did you notice him become less communicative?
Yes, they shut down.
Okay. Did you notice him over time, especially toward the end, become more withdrawn?
Yes.
Did he smile less?
Yes.
And that's something you noticed kind of as his sibling?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about specific time in Florida. What was your observation about kind of how often he was in the room?
How often he's in the room?
Yeah, did you see him around the house very often?
Not inside the house.
No. Where would you see him?
Outside.
Okay, tell me about that. What would he be doing outside?
Yard work, moving the outdoor furniture.
So when he's outside, is it like that he has the opportunity to freely play?
No, it's not. And it's not furniture games.
Okay, what kind of yard work is he doing?
At the time we were moving in, so it was mostly moving supplies outside the house.
Okay, was there some yard work or landscaping involving shelves that he was required to do?
Yes.
Okay, is that something that you were required to do?
No.
And did you see him doing that?
Yes, I did see him moving the shelves.
And you said that you would observe him outside. When he was told to go outside, did he have the free option of coming back into the house?
No.
How would that work?
So if he was put outside, one of them would know that he's outside. One of our parents would know he's outside, and then if he got done with work, he'd come and wait for them to let him back.
Okay, would he be allowed to just come back in?
Not unless someone was watching him.
Okay. And are there times when he would be locked out of being allowed back in the house?
Yes.
And then when he was let back in, would he then be able to relax around the house, or what would happen?
Not really. He'd either go to his room or just go somewhere to be monitored.
Okay. Now, in your house, did you eat meals with him regularly?
No.
Where would he be while you would be eating?
Most likely in his room.
And what about when you would get home from school? Would he be with you doing homework in the kitchen or the living room?
No, he just left his homework in his room. I didn't see him very often.
You didn't see him very often out in around the house?
Around the house.
Okay, so when you saw him, when he was home and you were home, it's, for the most part, was he one of two places?
Yes.
And what are those two places?
Room or outside.
Were you allowed after school to come and go freely around the house?
Yes.
And your mom, was she around during those times of the day after school?
Yes.
She didn't work?
No.
Were there times that the defendant, Tim, in this case, was also around?
Yes.
In the house?
Yes.
Would he sometimes do stuff with either Pierce, you, or Nola? Like after school, would Tim or Tracy do things with you all after school occasionally?
We would eat meals. I can't think of.
Okay. But Ronan wasn't with you when that happened?
Not often.
Now, when you say not often, was there one or two times that he was out and allowed to eat meals?
He was sometimes eat with us.
The majority of the time, though, was he there?
Not that I can really recall.
Now, you, at that time, were you involved in any activities at school?
I was here.
Yeah.
I was a part of the marching band and band in general.
Were there some times that you had football games or events that were related to the marching band?
Yes,
Sometimes on those occasions, did your brother come to the event?
not that I can recall, but
Where would he be during those?
if my parents were coming here, he might have been with them or he might have been at home.
Okay. And when he was left home alone, if your parents were at your event, was he allowed to be out freely in the house?
No,
So were there family events that you or Nola went to where your brother is left home alone at the house?
yes,
Did you personally even get the opportunity to see him very often during those 6 weeks in Florida?
very, very like passing outside maybe, or through the window.
Even when he was at home?
Yeah, so I would see him like maybe moving yard work, I'd see him through my window, or maybe he did briefly come in the house for food or whatnot.
Now, was there a time in where your brother ran away?
Yes,
And do you remember that happening?
yes,
That was it over a weekend?
I believe so.
Okay, and what did you end up staying at? What kind of happened when he was gone? Where were your parents?
So I was left home alone. I believe Tracy was with Nola at a softball tournament, and Tim was, as far as I know, not present in the house.
Okay, so he's out of town maybe. And you said Tracy left.
Yes,
Where did she go?
I believe she went with Nola to.
Was that like in Jupiter around Palm Beach County or was it out of town?
I don't remember.
Okay, but were you home alone?
Yes,
While your brother was missing?
yes,
Were you allowed to let him back in the house
no,
if he came?
no.
Now, I want to talk for a second about another time frame. And Your Honor, now would be the appropriate time to read that instruction.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I have an instruction on the law that I'll be reading to you at this time. The evidence you receive from FF and RF concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendants will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, or corroborating the testimony of EM, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. You cannot convict the defendant for an offense he is not charged with. Instead, he can only be convicted of the crime for which he is charged.
Now, I want to talk with you we talked about kind of the time frame in Florida. Prior to Florida, you said you lived in Arizona.
Correct.
Tell me about the house that you lived in Arizona. What city did you live in
I lived
Arizona?
in Tucson.
Okay, tell me about the house you lived in.
It was a one-story house.
How many bedrooms was this house? Tell me about that.
So there were 4 bedrooms.
When you first lived there, who were the bedrooms assigned to?
So when we first initially moved there, it was Ronan, Nola, and myself.
And then did your parents have a separate bedroom?
Master's bedroom.
Okay. So you said your sister, your brother, and you each had an individual bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And was your brother's bedroom inside the house?
Ronan? Ronan?
Ronan.
Yes.
Now, how old approximately are you when you kind of first moved to Arizona?
I just finished the 5th grade, so I don't know what that age frame
Okay,
is.
so you're in about the 5th grade?
Yes.
And Ronan is younger than you?
Yes.
So he's in the 3rd or 4th grade
Yes.
at that time?
Oh, wait, no, moving?
When you first got to
Yes,
Arizona?
he had just, yes, sorry.
So is it right to say that he was probably in the 3rd or 4th grade at that point, elementary school?
Yes.
Okay, and Nola also in elementary school?
Yes.
Now, at that point, you said that he had his own room.
Yes.
That room, was it like an ordinary, regular room, or was there anything different about it?
No, it was basically a mirror of Nola's room.
Okay. Could he go and come freely in that room?
Yes.
Okay, at some point, was there any kind of lock placed on that room?
There was a latch.
Tell me about that.
There was a little latch attached to the top of the door frame. It had a little pin keyhole thing.
So tell me, what does that mean for the person that's inside the room?
He couldn't come out.
Okay, so it could be latched from the outside.
Yes.
Did you see that there were times when he had a room in the house that it would be latched from the outside and you'd be locked in that room? Would he be locked in that room in Arizona?
Yes.
Did that room have a bathroom?
No.
Now, is there at some point a time where he no longer had a room in the house?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
When our youngest son Pierce was born, they had a room built into the garage.
Okay. Tell me about the room that was built in the garage.
No windows. It looked it had no windows. It had an AC unit, bed, and sometimes a bucket, or sometimes his bottles were in there before they were taken out.
Okay, tell me about that. Was there times, how would that happen?
So like about the items in his room being taken out. If he got in trouble, if something happened, they would get moved out all the way out of his room, or if he had like decorations, when he would get upset, he would take them off the walls.
Okay. And when you say they would take everything out of the room, what would be left in the room?
His bed and a small desk where he would do homework.
Now, you mentioned that the room was built into the garage. Was that house the same as the Florida house? Like, was it all on one level, or was it something different?
So the Arizona house?
The Arizona house.
It was all on floor. The garage, yes, had steps going down to it, but it was all on.
Now, that room in Arizona, did it have a bathroom attached to it?
The guy's room?
Yeah.
No.
Did it have any windows?
No.
Did that room lock from the outside?
Yes.
Did that room have any kind of smell?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It did not smell good.
How come?
He had his bucket in there, which he would use good and bad. And sometimes he didn't have a bucket in there and just be on the floor.
Now, were there times in Arizona, like in Florida, where your brother would be in that room for long periods of time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's roughly the same idea as one here when we did it in Florida. He got in trouble, get sent down to his room, but it's more getting sent down. More often he was getting sent to the room.
And then how long would he be in the room for? Would it be long periods of time?
It would be long periods. I can't say off the top of my head.
Are we talking all day?
I'd say there were some days that I didn't really see him that often.
Yeah. And so you didn't see him that often. Was he like not at the house, or where was he?
He was in his room or outside.
So was the situation in Arizona similar in that he spent a lot of time in the room by himself?
Yes.
If he wasn't in school, where was he most of the time?
Are we talking about in Arizona?
In Arizona.
In Arizona, outside, in yard work or in his room.
Now, we talked about in Florida, when he's outside doing yard work, he couldn't just come back in. Is that the same in Florida?
Yes.
What would happen? Like, where would he just stand outside, or how would that work?
Yeah, so if he was doing yard work finished, he'd come stand outside and just wait, or one of them would go meet him outside. Because by then, I mean my parents.
Okay. Was he allowed to just come back in himself?
No.
Would the door be locked?
I can't.
Okay, you don't know whether or not it was locked.
I don't know.
Okay, I don't want you to speculate, but was he allowed or freely able to come back in?
No.
Okay. Now, when he's outside, does he have under direct supervision there?
No. Not all the time.
So he's just kind of out there by himself?
Yes.
And your parents, Tim and Tracy, are someplace else?
Yes.
Now, you said that was that Pierce was born. Who ended up taking over your brother Ronan's room when Pierce was born?
Pierce did Brian's room.
Okay, so that became the new baby's room.
Yes.
And you said that Pierce is now, how old do you think he was now? Around 4?
4-ish, I would say.
Okay. So Was it approximately how many years do you think was the special room in Arizona? Just an estimate.
Oh, like
How long before you moved to Florida was he kept in that room?
so the one in Arizona?
The one in Arizona, before you came to Florida?
It was roughly 2 when we got here, so maybe more than a year.
So approximately 2 years.
Roughly.
Roughly.
That he's been in a room. That's not
Before you came to Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And how old were you when you came to Florida?
So moving from Arizona to Florida.
How old were you?
So, I'm sorry. I think I got confused. Wait.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay. So when we moved to Arizona, yeah, I had just finished the 5th grade, and then when we moved back, I was in the middle of my sophomore year.
Okay, so you were in high school.
Yes.
When you came back to Florida.
Yes.
And your brother was in middle school.
Yes.
Now, we talked a lot about your brother being in the room in Arizona. Were there times where you were concerned about whether or not your brother was getting food or being fed regularly?
Yes.
What would you do when that happened?
If I saw there was a plate for him, sometimes I'd be able to take it and just brought it down to him really quick. And otherwise, I really couldn't do anything.
And when you say you brought it down to him, where would you have to bring it down to him?
To his room downstairs in the garage. This is Arizona, right? Yeah. Yeah, so downstairs, his room there.
Are there times over the course of when you were living in Arizona that you ever saw your father, the defendant, be physically aggressive towards your brother?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He would grab him by the back of the neck and just kind of haul him down to his room. That was the most common one that I saw.
Would you be able to see what was happening once they're down in the room?
Once they're in the room, no.
Would you be able to hear what is happening?
Yes.
Tell me what you heard.
I would hear him curse at him, yell at him.
And you saying I would hear him curse at him?
Sorry, I would hear him yell at Ryan.
And you hear him curse at Ryan?
Yes.
Okay. What else would you hear?
I would hear the sound of contact, so like slapping or hitting or something. And then I'll hear my brother scream.
Now, during these interactions, are they like is Tim, the defendant in this case, like rationally explaining or calmly explaining the change in behavior or what your brother did wrong?
No.
Is he angry?
Yes.
How can you tell that? Like, what makes you think that he was angry?
It was really loud and it didn't really seem much like an explanation. It just felt like he was just shouting at him.
Was your brother in trouble with your parents or on punishment with your parents a lot of the time?
Yes.
Did it seem like he basically was always in trouble?
Yes.
Did it seem like even when he did things that were positive or appropriate, that was acknowledged?
Speculation.
Based on what you saw?
Objections overruled. Objections overruled.
Wait, before answering.
The objection was speculation, correct? Objections overruled.
Based on what you saw, when your brother was acting in the way that your parents wanted or doing positive things, was that acknowledged?
Briefly.
Okay. Did it lead to like a change in his circumstances or improvement about how he was treated?
Briefly.
Okay. And when you say briefly, what do you mean by that?
It maybe went. Okay.
Did you ever feel a time that you were unsafe around your brother?
Unsafe as to
Physical harm.
like him harming me?
Yeah.
No.
No. Did you at any time, did he ever threaten you or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever see him intentionally cause physical harm to any of your siblings?
No.
Or your parents?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, Mr. White, any cross?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to take a short break. Mark, you can escort the jurors into the jury room for a very short break, and then once we're set up, we'll reconvene.
You're on our end. We're ready.
I'm sorry, Ms. Coakley?
We're set up. I don't know if you're breaking for us. We're ready to.
Okay. Bear with me just for a second, Ms. Coakley, while the jury leaves the courtroom. All right, Ms. Murad, are you going to go down to 10G, or how do you want to handle this? All right, so let's have Mr. Waheed needs to come up here then. All right, Mr. Waheed, you need to come on up here to have a conference, and then you'll have to go back down to 10G.
Fair enough.
Okay, all right.
Change the. Somehow.
See you.
And we'll give you that. So, well, when I talk, I'll be standing there. Yeah. So if you want to speak, when you're there, you know, whatever, anything. Yeah, I'll get. All right. Yeah. I'm just gonna put it on you. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
They've been hearing it.
When do you anticipate ending for today at 4:47?
It's going to depend on you folks in terms of what you tell me as far as your cross of this witness. I mean, obviously, this will be the last witness for the day, but if you have a long way to go, then that'll affect what I do for the remainder of the day. Ms. Black, Ms. Moran, let me have you approach. what we are discussing now.
He anticipates 35 to 40 minutes of cross-examination, so I don't know that we will be completing it. Very likely.
So give them a mic, so this is all on the record. It's almost 5 o'clock then. I'm inclined, if you're not going to finish very quickly, and I'm obviously not rushing you at all on your cross. I want you to take whatever time you think you need, but if you think you're going to need 35 to 45 minutes, that's going to run us over what I normally, the time I normally keep jurors here in the afternoon. So I'm inclined then to not start the cross until tomorrow morning. What do both sides think on that? Okay. And just let Ms. Coakley know that Mr. Waheed's anticipating 35 to 45 minutes.
I did.
Okay.
After speaking to my client, we definitely won't be done quickly. So I would agree with the court if the court is saying, let's hold this cross till tomorrow.
It's not only it's not for my benefit, but the benefit of the jurors that are deciding this case. Any issue having Ms. Ferriter back tomorrow morning? Ms. Black? The state handles their witnesses and availability, so I'm looking for you to give me guidance. Can Ms. Coakley come back? I mean, we can communicate with her through this link.
I don't think she's in there. Do you just want to run down? I just want to stop for then. But she's probably talking to us.
We're all getting our steps in today, Judge.
Well, you know, I'm in 10G, so I walk from literally one end of the courthouse to the other every time I take a
I was
break.
just in your courtroom. It's lovely. But far. In heels. I don't have to do that. That's great.
I choose my own.
Ms. Coakley, can you hear me? Ms. Coakley? I'm not able to hear her now.
They fixed it. They just unmuted it.
Okay, so Mr. Waheed's advised that he expects his cross to take anywhere from 35 to 45 minutes, which leads me to the determination that we're probably better served to start the cross-examination tomorrow morning, because I don't want to keep the jury here to 5:45 or 6 today. What's your availability of the witness to be back here tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock?
Understood, Your Honor.
I'm asking, is the state able to have Ms. Ferriter back here tomorrow morning at 10?
I mean, I'm she'll have to miss school, but I mean, it can't be helped.
Yeah, I don't think it can be helped. So I think that's what we're going to do. Just let the witness know that we'll need her back here tomorrow. Make sure whomever is responsible for her has her here ready to continue her cross-examination at 10 o'clock. We do want to run a test again tomorrow morning before we start to make sure that the technology is working properly. I've expressed just a little bit of concern to Ms. Black and Ms. Murad while you were not here, Mr. Waheed, of the jury's ability to hear and understand Ms. Ferriter. I don't know if it's because of her enunciation or because of the technology, but it was very difficult to catch every word that she was saying. And I'm just letting both sides know there was no objection raised during the testimony, so there's nothing for me to act on. But I did want to give both sides at least a heads up with the court's concern about the quality of the audio. I don't know that there's a solution, but maybe between now and tomorrow morning, think about it if there's some other way we want to approach it.
So, Judge, when I was just downstairs talking to the tech, they said they had just switched it so that the sound is now coming directly from the owl. I'm not sure is it better or worse as now than it was earlier?
Well, we could hear Ms. Coakley fine. Ms. Coakley was not the problem. The problem was when Ms. Ferriter was testifying and speaking. The short answers we could hear fine. The yes, the no, to 1, 2, 3, those kinds of answers. But anytime it was more of an explanation, it became more difficult. And again, I don't know if it's because of the enunciation or just simply the quality of the sound transmission.
It was very clear.
I can come back up there to address this, but I do think it would be helpful if you empowered the jury to let us know, and we would immediately like to raise their hand.
I did do that, and I had the thumbs up at the beginning, but after the testimony was concluded, my bailiff advised me that a couple of the jurors told him that they had difficulty hearing. So I'm just gonna have to put the onus back on the jurors. If you can't hear, stop the proceedings so that we can make sure that you hear everything, because we have to make sure that they can hear everything. The other thing I will tell you is if the jury does request a readback or a replay of her testimony, the testimony will be replayed from the recording in courtroom 10G, not this courtroom. So that should solve any issue with respect to the recording and the transmission through the IT. So I'm not going to suggest it, but if they do request it at the replay, then I think they'll get a clearer replay.
No,
than
I don't
they
think
got with
that,
the original play.
He's not going to end up going to sleep probably today.
Yara, would you like me to just come back up there now then, so we can?
Yeah, you can come on back
These
up here
people
now, and then
are
I'll bring the
making me
jurors
really
out
hot.
and tell them that we're going
Holding
to
him
begin.
directly responsible
Because of the
for this
lateness of the
happening.
hour, we're going to continue the cross until tomorrow. So when you get back up here, I'll bring
Why
the jurors back up.
Why did they take
Ms.
a
Coakley.
break if they were going to just fucking in for the day?
Okay, all right, thank you.
It doesn't make any sense. Oh my God, I'm
You're
going
gonna
to
make
end
that
up
trek all the way
being
down?
pissed
and back?
off.
G.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. Truly. It would have been nice if he wouldn't have taken that break and they would have just kept going then. That's just it. If they would have kept going. Okay, yeah. I just, this morning I thought, you know what? I'm going to watch this. So maybe I'll just see if somebody wants to watch it with me.
All right,
So
Mark, as soon as
don't
Ms.
stress
Coakley
about it
gets
at
back
all.
on,
Nobody
we'll
stress
do
about it,
that.
please. I like to watch trials. See, they don't look divorce situation to me. Right? Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, I really wasn't all that prepared to because I decided at the last minute to do this today. So that was a little bit bad on my part. I wasn't sure if anybody come watch it with me or not. Yeah, me too. I do. Now they are really a shit show in here. Right. Yeah, I just do other things while this is going because generally they should have it going without taking a break for at least a little bit here and there. I mean, shit, today it seemed like it was all break. No, mister. No, mister. Jack. Yeah, I thought I was going to like this judge, but now I don't like him at all. He allowed a bunch of bullshit, and he caused this right here. I don't know why you would take a break and then say, we're just going to end for the day. And if they're ending for the day, end it. What are they doing? Wow. Jack's all the way in the cupboard now.
Okay, all sides ready to proceed? All right, Mark, you may go ahead and bring the jurors out.
I thought they were ending.
All right.
Yeah, I was going to do Shabusiness, but that one, I didn't know if I could take it because that was really bad.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, because of the lateness
Oh
of
my
the day,
God.
we're going to end the proceedings for today and continue with the cross-examination tomorrow. I do want to reiterate, because my bailiff did advise me that some of you had difficulty hearing. Very important, as I said at the beginning, that you hear all the testimony that is being given to you. So we're going to continue with this setup tomorrow, and there will be another witness in which the setup will be the same. But if you have any difficulty hearing at all at any part of the proceeding, raise your hand and let me know so that I can have them either repeat the question, because it's very important that I get feedback from you if you can't hear. You're the important ones, obviously, and that you hear the evidence. So just make sure that if you can't hear and you think you're missing something, you raise your hand and let me know, and then I'll work with the technology we have to make sure that it's presented so that you can hear it. Other than that, I want you to go home tonight. It's been a full long day. Same schedule tomorrow. Check in with the jury office at 9:15. Be up here at the elevators at 9:45, and Mark will be ready to meet for start time. I don't anticipate any delays tomorrow in starting.
Oh, well, I do, though. I anticipate delays.
Confident as I can be that we'll start close to the estimated time. Remember, during the recess, don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. Do any kind of research, blah, blah, blah. You've heard it all at this point. Most importantly,
That's what I'm saying, Queen.
In all seriousness, make sure
That's
that
what irritates me.
continue to avoid any inadvertent exposure to any type of media coverage. So any questions from you folks before I let you go for the day? All right, well, good. I will see you tomorrow. Go home, get a good night's dinner and a good night's rest, because I expect we'll go the full day tomorrow as well. All right, thank you.
A good night's dinner? What the fuck does that mean? This guy's on my last nerve. Just get lost, dipshit. Can't take that. They did. Yeah, I'm so annoyed with that. But I don't know what to say. So yeah, I'm going to plan on starting this at 7 tomorrow. So don't even worry at all. If you can't be here at any time whatsoever, don't worry about it. Do not worry. I'm just going to, hopefully we'll be able to listen to some evidence. You know what, though? I'm glad that he's handling that, because I couldn't hear that girl very well either. And the way they were like, well, she's close to the microphone. Well, I don't give a shit what's happening. If we can't hear her, we can't hear her. Jeez. What ignorant nonsense. So, all right, well, thanks for hanging out with me and watching this. I'm so glad that you joined us today, Natalie. Hopefully we will see you tomorrow. Yes, please don't forget to hit the like. Please, please, please. Okay, and I will see whatever I can come up with on all these other cases that have been going on with, if there's any updates with Morphew and and Rogers, and then this one and all that. 5 in the morning, I'll put the coffee on. Right? Oh my gosh. Don't worry though, Frazzle. Don't worry. But yeah, I'll try to have some of the update stuff for all this stuff. It was a hot mess. It was irritating. Yeah. Oh yeah, you know how I drink my coffee. Yeah, real, it's all chocolate. That's it. All right, guys, thanks a lot. I will see you tomorrow if you can be here. I'd love to see you. If not, I understand. No, I think it is too. I think so. At least get it, if we could at least have gotten any, they just really braked way too much. The problem is that they weren't just taking breaks. They were taking breaks because of stuff they didn't have handled that should have been handled prior. That's my belief. Anyway. Okay. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Love you all. And I appreciate you very, very much. And welcome to the family, Natalie. And we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, guys.